Good morning and welcome to round 5, which is the final round of this Cricket West Indies Under 19s Men Rising Stars tournament. We apologize to you for the late start, but you haven't missed a lot. One delivery was bowled in this match between Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands. Trinidad winning the toss and electing to field first. Jason Agard has the ball in hand and he's bowling currently to Malik Walsh. Yes, so just to remind you, we are coming to you live from the enchanting island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we are live here from Sand Hill Playing Field. Elsewhere, Windward Islands play Guyana at the Park Hill, and the undefeated so far Jamaica takes on Barbados at the Annisville Cricket Ground. I am Stacey Ann Adams, and I have with me Mr. Osnet Cato for company this morning.
Yes, good morning to you, Stacey, and good morning to all our viewers here in the Caribbean as well as around the world.
Nicely bowled, pitched and leaving the outer bat of the batter. So the opening batters for Leeward Islands, Malik Walsh is currently on strike, and Michael Palmer, who got off the mark with the first delivery that was bowled of the match. So they are one without loss so far, the Leeward Islands team in this first over.
Yes, both right-handers at the crease, Palmer being the tall of the two. We've seen quite a bit of Palmer throughout the series. He's got off to some very good starts, Palmer. Hasn't carried on or batted as long as he would like.
Yes, nicely bowled by Jason.
So Stacey, one change for Trinidad and Tobago. Vasan Singh, the leg spinner, coming in back into the team.
Yes, and we'll have the teams for you shortly, maybe after this over is bowled. So Basan Singh replaces Fariz Ali. So they decided they're going with an extra spinner in this matchup to the Leeward Islands. Nicely walked by Malik Walsh to get off the mark.
I think that's understandable as well in terms of having an extra spinner here, especially at Sand Hill. We have seen the spinners dominate proceedings here, getting a bit of assistance. So no surprise there from Trinidad and Tobago in terms of opting for the extra spinner.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago, they won their last game, their first game of the tournament, chasing as well. So they're prepared to restrict the batters for the Leeward Islands. Full delivery, nicely driven, straight to that fielder in that short cover area. So at the end of the over, first over ball, the score is 2 without loss. And the teams for you, the Trinidad and Tobago team, Joshua Davis, captain, Jason Agard, who just completed the first over, Kyle Ramdu, Orlando James, Rajiv Ramnath, Ronelster Pereira, Vasant Singh, Abdur Rahman Juman, Narad Kisundat, Justin Vizal, Jagisa, and Andrew Rambaran.
Team for Leeward Islands, Carlton Bowen Tuckett, the captain, and wicketkeeper as well. Joel Andrew, the vice captain. Michael Graves, Nathan Edwards, Michael Palmer, Yannick Watley, Onaje Emery, Wilden Cornwell, Malik Walsh, Tianik Honore, and Kimani Nisbet.
So bowler from the backward end seems to be Abdur Rahman Juman. I'll confirm in a second. It's a good start from him. Quite a unique way he runs in his approach to the crease. So it's hard to miss that unique action from Abdur Rahman Juman.
Yes, he has been impressive throughout the tournament. I think he has bowled well in all of the games I've seen him. Just as you mentioned, a unique run-up, as they would say, bowling off the wrong foot. But he has managed to get the ball in the right areas and a bit of movement as well.
It's nicely worked again. This will be runs, probably 2. So 2 more runs to the total there from Malik Walsh. So good areas being bowled The batters, they're quite prepared to get on their toes and play late so far. So maybe, a good option might be just to plug that area in the gully area, just to restrict that scoring option.
As we've seen here at Sandhill playing field, the new ball tend to come onto the bat. The bowlers have the opportunity to use that little pace, little freshness in the pitch as well. And the batters can play their shots with the new ball.
Oh, went back a bit there. He came forward nicely, but sort of lost the ball there for a second, Malik Walsh. Almost going back on his stump.
Yes, he's a skilly type of customer, Juman. Tends to rush the batter. So he will take some getting used to here for Walsh. It's important to start well, build a partnership. Partnerships are critical, especially considering the low scores we've seen so far in the tournament.
Nicely forward, looking for a single. Good intent so far from these batters. They're not just looking to come on the front foot and wait. They're actually looking to score runs. So that's good to see so far. And speaking of low scores in the tournament, I am hoping that in this final round, a lot of lessons were learned by each of the team, and we will actually see some bigger scores today, Osnet.
Well, it's the final round of games. Not a lot of time there to really correct those low scores.
Nice areas again from Juman.
But we'll definitely like to see some bigger scores, some bigger totals already, some better batsmanship. I'm not sure how to decipher the cause of these low scores, Stacey, and I'm not sure if you could look at the state of the pitches that have been on display, the batsmanship, the bowling. What is your take in terms of what could have contributed to these low totals?
Full pitched up, nicely driven. I'll say yes, the bowling has been good, no doubt about that. The overs come to an end. The score is 4 without loss. Yeah, so yes, the bowling has been good, in particular the slow bowling. Yes, the seamers have been doing well also. However, I just believe that if the batters apply themselves, because it's nothing unplayable, I won't say there are a lot of unplayable deliveries being bowled so far in the tournament from what I've seen. So I believe the batters need to apply themselves better, have a different approach, especially in the middle phase of the play. You've seen a lot of teams get off to good starts in the power play, and then somewhere in the middle they kind of lose it, and partnerships need to be built because wickets are being lost in clusters. So that's a very important part. When a batter gets out, the pair at the wicket needs to think about rebuilding and building a partnership so that you don't lose wickets in clusters here. So Jason Agard is going to continue to Michael Palmer. Nicely driven. This Fong finds the gap quite nicely. Doesn't get a hold of it. They look for 2. Good fielding there by Ramnath. Rajiv Ramnath chased it down well, returned it quickly. So they only pick up 1.
That's well played there by Palmer. He has looked good every time I've seen him live. I think he's one on that long list of youngsters we've seen throughout the tournament who appears to be very comfortable against pace and looks well at the wicket, but just haven't been able to give the output of runs that you're looking forward to.
Nicely timed. Yeah, I agree with you. A lot of these batters, they look the part. They're quite technically proficient, but somewhere along the line, they just don't stick it out and try to put on that big score. I'm seeing some of the players gone on to make half-century. In this team, Leeward Islands, I've seen Michael Graves. Looks like he's coming into some form. He scored back-to-back half-centuries so far. So a lot of these players, they can handle themselves quite well, but somewhere along the way, they just lose it and give their wickets away. It's well left by Malik Walsh. He's not as aggressive as Michael Palmer. He's more content to just take his time and have a look. Michael Palmer is the more aggressive of the 2 opening batters.
You mentioned Michael Graves earlier, Stacey. I think he's in the mold of what you would like to see more on these type of wickets. He actually stays there. He bats for long periods of time. Both of his half centuries, I think his strike rate was actually around 50 or less. So it shows that by staying there, you're able to accumulate runs and put up a reasonable total.
Yes, and that's what you want to see from these youngsters. A bit of application. And that word you get bored of hearing it, but that really is what they need to do. Just stay and bat. It's 50 overs, 300 balls, so they should be looking to dig in and take the batting innings as deep as possible. Not a lot of teams have batted out 50 overs in this tournament so far. So hopefully in this last round, as I mentioned, that we'll see that changed today. Nicely driven out. That is a gorgeous shot from Malik Walsh. Trickles into the boundary to bring up the first four for the Leeward Islands team this morning.
Yes, classy there from Malik Walsh, just coming onto the front foot and leaning into it really. Agar there giving the batter a bit of room outside the off stump. And well played there for his first boundary, Malik Walsh. That should give him some confidence.
Indeed. Pitched up and nicely forward head position as well. Coming out, feet coming towards the ball. So really nice signs here from Malik Walsh.
Looking at Agard so far, most of his deliveries have been pushed across the right-hander. And now he's able to get the ball to come back into the right-hander as well. But we haven't seen that delivery being used that much. The breeze blowing here from Sandhill should help him as well with that delivery.
So better length from him. And well defended by Malik Walsh to end the over. And the score is 9 without loss after 3 overs.
Steady start from both teams. We've seen the Leeward Islands, they've looked comfortable in defense. They've looked solid. So a gorgeous boundary in the last over there from Walsh. Trinidad and Tobago bowler just trying to get into that rhythm really. So both teams feeling each other out. And hopefully we'll have some competitive cricket here for you today at the Sandhill playing field.
Yes, sir, that's what I want to see. I want to see scores of 200 plus in this match if possible. I think that's important for these players just to stick around and more importantly, I'm hoping for these batters to bat out the 50 overs. That's what I want to see. It's all about cricket. It's not about team at the moment. It's West Indies cricket still, and we want to see these youngsters do well. It's a loud appeal there from the keeper, but no bat on that one.
Stacey, and before the game started, we were having a discussion in terms of the number of scores we have seen. Over 200. I think the highest score of the tournament so far would be the Windward Islands. They made 200 for 8 over at Arnesville playing fields. So that has actually been the only score of 200 or more, which really shows you the type of batting that we have seen in the tournament.
It's a loud appeal. It's umpire Ryan Banwari, standing umpire from Guyana.
Yes, that delivery not as short as Palmer expecting it to be. Didn't come up as much. Maybe skidding onto him as well. He's mentioned Juman. He's a skiddy type of customer. So Palmer needs to be careful here. Just get used to his action and what he's doing with the ball. And then he always has the power that he can branch off and pick up his scoring rate at a later point, sorry.
Yes, and good to see his opening partner, Malik Walsh, just having a word with him. He's telling him to rein it in. We have a lot of overs to bat still. Just the start of things here. This one is called wide. It's going down, straight down the leg side a bit there from Juman.
Yes, we were speaking about the scores. Just one score recorded, 200 or more, Windward Island game. I think the Jamaican team, though, they have actually chased in all of their games. I think they have looked the most likely to actually score over 200 on a consistent basis. And
Beaten again. Looking for an aggressive option, Malik Palmer. It doesn't seem to be the type of batter rather, he seems to be the type of batter that likes to get at the bowling. But it's early days still. He can afford to have a look.
Yes, just need to be selective here, Palmer. As I mentioned before, he times the ball very well, but he's always looking for that aggressive option. And sometimes just need to just see what the bowler is offering.
Goes for a swing across the line. It's just getting a bit restless at this point in time, Michael Palmer. It's still pretty early, so he can just afford to look at the wicket and just get the measure of the pitch and what the bowler is doing. But he's deciding that he's going to try and hit himself out of pressure, which he's under no pressure. Still pretty early here. Luckily, didn't. Luckily for him, didn't get an edge on that one that went through the keeper. That's much better from Michael Palmer. Just a bit of calm needed from him at this point in time. It's still pretty early, so good to see from him.
Well, you mentioned Juman. He has been very impressive throughout the tournament. He's getting the ball to come back into Michael Palmer. Palmer there misjudging the length on a couple of occasions, trying to pull him in the vicinity of deep mid-wicket. So maybe he needs to play more with a straight bat, especially against Juman, who has a tendency to move the ball both ways.
Yeah, so straight is definitely the best option, especially early in your innings. This one is on, badly lined there, bit gets a pull shot but goes for a single to Jason Agard. So the overs come to an end. Score moves up to 11 after 4 overs.
Yes, another good over there from Juman, causing a bit of discomfort there for Palmer in that over. So far, he's been very economical. 2 overs for 3 runs. Leeward Islands are slow, but a steady start, I would say. Apart from a few injudicious shots there from Palmer in that over. They've been reasonably solid.
I mean, the position they know steady is a good thing right now. So 11 from 4 overs with no wickets down. That should bring about some sense of calm to the Leeward Islands dugout. Tries to go back, doesn't get up as much as he expected.
Well, that is typical of the wicket here at Sand Hill. We've seen quite a bit of inconsistent bounce, especially from that flow end, where Agard is operating from at this point in time. The ball tends to be up and down, and that was a good indicator there in terms of the uneven nature of this wicket.
Yes, spin will be interesting here today for sure, especially from the end that Agard is operating from. Oh, he gets a hold of that one. A powerful shot down the ground, put away with authority from Michael Palmer.
I like the word authority there, Stacey. That was authoritative type of stroke. Straight back past the bowler there for a massive 6 there from Palmer. And that just shows you the type of class we were mentioning in terms of how well he times the ball, Palmer. Just a matter of being selective in his stroke play.
Yeah, it looked like he really wanted to get a hold of one. Finally did. Let's see his approach to this next delivery. Don't think Agard will be pitching it up much after that shot. He pitches it up again, whips off his pad. Oh, a misfield there from the fielder Orlando James at short mid-on. So they end up getting one. I think that's a good option for the Leeward Islands. Yes, he hit that 6. And you didn't want to have him on strike, seeming a bit like you want to get at the bowler, because one good delivery from Agard and he plays the wrong shot, and shot selection is poor rather than could have brought about his demise. So just to be off at the other end, I think it's a good move for the Leeward Islands.
Absolutely, Stacey.
That's nicely done there from Malik Walsh.
Just a bit of statistics here for our viewers. We mentioned the name Michael Graves earlier. He's actually the leading run scorer in the tournament with 179 runs. Jordan Johnson of Jamaica, we've seen quite a bit of him as well, 144. And Joshua Dawn of Barbados, the number 3 batter there, 126.
Yes, so Jason Agard, a change of angle for him. He's deciding to come left arm around the wicket to Malik Walsh. Pitches it up nicely timed. These two batters are timing the ball quite well this morning.
Well, they actually seem to be more comfortable against Agard. We spoke about Agard's tendency to bring the ball back into the right-hander, but so far he hasn't been able to do so successfully. He's given the batter a bit of room to free their arms so far, and he has paid the price, really. Juman, on the other end, they've found batting against him to be a little bit more difficult.
Yes, well, he's hoping a change of angle will bring a change of luck. Hopefully he gets that magic delivery that touches and moves away from the right-hander, similar to that. Just a bit too wide on that occasion to finish the over. But that's more of what he's looking for, Agard. So at the end of the over, the score is 18 without loss.
Yes, just to continue with a bit of stats for our viewers, Stacey. So we mentioned the most runs in the tournament. We also have the most wickets. That's going to Tamari Redwood, the leg spinner from Jamaica. And also Ryan Edwards, the Jamaican left arm seamer as well. He's on 8 wickets. Redwood on 10 wickets. So both Jamaicans to the top of the bowling charts there. And Court Murray of the Windward Islands, he's on 7 wickets as well. Michael Clark, Tyreek Edward, Corwin Gassi, and Andrew Rambaran, they're all stuck there on 7 wickets. In terms of the overall point standing, well, we have leading the way Jamaica, as expected. They're on 20.4 points, followed by Windward Islands on 12.6, Leeward Islands 10.8, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 7.8, Barbados, they're 6.8, and Guyana, they are on 5 points. So those are the overall stats so far provided by our efficient statisticians here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament.
Yes, so Abdul Rahman Juman is going to continue. He's walked up some good pace and he's been bowling good line and lengths to Palmer. Nice areas again from Juman. Just continuing where he left off, the young man.
Yes, I think that's a better shot there from Palmer. I think the deliveries he tried to pull in the previous over, they were of similar lengths as that delivery. And he was trying to go across the line. But he's playing those deliveries there with a straight bat, which is good to see.
Oh, he gets a hold of that one, and that is another powerfully struck boundary off the bat of Michael Palmer for another 4. Score moves up to 22.
Yes, a very good shot there from Palmer. He was looking for that short delivery. We mentioned his tendency to play across the line at those short deliveries. He missed in the previous over versus Juman. But on this occasion, I think that was the right length for him. It was a bit shorter than the previous deliveries, and he was able to pull it over deep square leg for a welcome boundary again for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, they had a man under the helmet, short leg position. Well, he wasn't really that short. He was more like a very short square leg. Justin Jagasar, they've decided to send him back on the square leg boundary. So maybe a short ball trap coming there. Doesn't make sufficient connection. I might be lucky for him that he didn't. And he just gets a single because that man is placed back just for that shot.
Yes, at times, Juman seemed to be just rushing on to the batters, just getting the ball to skid on to the batter from time to time. And we've seen evidence of that on more than one occasion, especially against Palmer. So I think it's a good thing for Leeward Islands that he's at the non-strikers end.
Played quite late there from Michael Walsh. Seems that Michael Palmer came out this morning with the license to go, license to thrill, really. He's been trying to get at the bowlers. He's done so successfully on few occasions. But it also keeps the bowlers in the game if he continues to play like this.
Absolutely. And I just think that with his power and his timing, there's no need to be really overly aggressive, especially during the power play against the new ball. You just need to play normally and be selective. And I'm sure he will still score at a reasonable rate. Speaking
of Jamaica, they're still not batting first in the tournament. I just saw and up there, and they are actually bowling first once more. So in all of their games, the Jamaicans, they have bowled first in the tournament. Interesting.
I think we were actually saying we were hoping that they would bat first to see whatever total they'll be able to put up. Batting first. But unfortunately, again, as you mentioned, they're bowling first.
Full driven, oof, uppishly, just in front of that man. I wonder if it bounced first. Couldn't quite tell from here. None of the batters are the fielder. None of the batters are the fielders seem concerned. So I believe it bounced before going to the fielder. So the over concludes, and the score is 23 without loss.
That's a good over there again for the Leeward Islands. Scoring rate just increasing gradually. Currently just below 4 runs per over. So you'll take that any day, especially against the new ball on this type of wicket. Remember earlier Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss here at the side of the playing field and decided to field first. So Palmer, he's on 15 from 15 deliveries, and Walsh, he's on 7 from 21 deliveries.
So Agard continues, and he's back over around the wicket to Palmer. Bit of width given. Didn't time it well, or else could have seen that one running, racing through the cover area. But just gets it to that man there at that point area instead. So Andrew Rambaran will show Trinidad and Tobago. It won't be too long before he gets into the attack. Picked up 4 wickets in the last game that he played against the Guyana team.
Yes, Rambaran has been having a very good tournament with the ball. We've seen him in the last game, bowled very well. So that point where the spinners come on again, Stacey, and is going to be a critical junction in this particular game.
Pitched up, wrapped on the pads, and the umpire had no qualms in raising her finger, and Michael Palmer, short stay at the crease, looking to be aggressive, has come to an end. LBW by Jason Agard. Really good bowling from the young man.
Well, he played quite a bit of shots so far in his short innings, Palmer. Maybe a shot too many, as we were mentioning. Just needed to be a bit more selective. But this delivery, just coming back from Agard, pitching just on the middle stump and seaming back into the right-hander, trapping him in front. It's a very good decision there from the umpire. And Leeward Islands, they lose their first wicket. They're now 23 for the loss of 1.
So Michael Graves, the man in form at this time, makes his way to the middle for the Leeward Islands team. The thing is, just before that delivery is bowled, they made a change in the field. They moved that fielder from third man, they put him to fine leg. And the man on the fine leg boundary, he actually went around to that square leg area. So maybe in the back of his mind, Michael Palmer was probably expecting a short pitch delivery. However, Jason Agard double bluff, pitched it up, and Michael Palmer wasn't able to get the bat down in time. He was looking to whip it off his pads. In any case, still searching for that aggressive option, but he's been dismissed now. And Michael Palmer, the new man in. Michael Graves, sorry, the new man in.
Agard there just taking a bit of pace across off this delivery, going across the new batter there, Michael Graves. He's a man in form, as we hear the Trinidadians getting a bit more boisterous in the field.
Yes, as they should be. I mean, they picked up that wicket. I mean, Palmer looked as if he was willing to take it to them. They got rid of him, but I think they know the importance of picking up Michael Graves early, as he has steadied the ship for the Leeward Islands team, especially in the last two batting innings for them. So they'll want to get this wicket as quickly as possible. Pitched up nicely, driven back nicely as well from Michael Graves.
Yeah, his wicket will be a key wicket here, Graves. We've seen he has the temperament to bat long and bat deep into the innings. Number 3 position is always a key position, and he has really made that position his own throughout this tournament. As you mentioned, coming into this game with 2 half centuries. So he's a man in form, and Leeward Islands will be looking forward to another innings of that caliber from him here today.
Nice areas from Agard. Yeah, the Trinidad team, they're fired up. They're more boisterous all of a sudden, as they should be, picking up that wicket of Michael Palmer.
Palmer is a big wicket as well for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's one of the players who has the ability to score very quickly. We've seen his power, hitting Agard for a huge 6 back over his head in the previous over. So that was indeed a good comeback as well from just Agard.
Oh, short delivery, testing the batter. Does well to leave it alone. So, at the end of the 7th over, the score is 23 for 1. Wicket taken over there from Jason Agard, the left arm seamer.
Yes, I made the wicket there from Agard. A good over indeed. Coming back well after that previous over where he was deposited for a 6 from Palmer. Ended up removing the tall right-handed opener. So his captain will be pleased with that comeback from him. Figures of 1 for 14 from his 4 overs so far. So Leeward Islands, after being inserted this morning here at the Sandhill playing field, they are 23 for 1. 7 overs, a scoring rate of 3.29. So not the most healthy scoring rate you'll see.
Soft hands there. Played late from Walsh, gets a single. It's a really good single from the young man.
Singles are going to be very important as well. Rotation of strike. Just getting the bowler to bolt when you batter every time. That is always going to be critical as you look to construct your innings. Walsh has been there for a while. He's on 8 from 22 deliveries. And Graves just came in the last over, so he'll be looking to get off to a good start and just try and get some momentum and build a partnership here for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and just to remind you, the other games on today, Windward Islands play Guyana at the Park Hill playing field, and Jamaica versus Barbados at Cyan Hill. Also in Dominica at Annisville playing field, Juman runs in. Yes, also the senior men's team, West Indies senior men's team is in action as well, playing against the India squad in Dominica. So a lovely cricket day for all you West Indies fans out there today. But the youths, they're in action, and I know you won't be able to take your eyes off this one, but just in case you have more than one watching device, you can surely put all of the cricket on and look at them. That's what I do. Nicely walked, looking for a single. It's not on.
It's a cricket field day. I'm here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for those 3 matches. But as you mentioned, the senior team as well in action. A lot of people may be nervous, anxious. I'm not sure how you could describe the feeling looking forward to this test series here from West Indies, coming off that disappointing show in the qualifiers. We also have a bit of women cricket as well, with Australia and England playing. We had New Zealand and Sri Lanka playing earlier as well. So quite a bit of cricket going on at this point in time, Stacey.
Trying to work it in that gap to get off the mark, Michael Graves. But it's good areas from Juman. He's working hard, a young man. Seems to be a captain's bowler. Seems to be the type of bowler the captain can go to for a certain position in the game and ask him to do a certain thing, and he will deliver. So far, he's bowled a brilliant opening spell for his team this morning.
It's just bowling that back of a length, really. I think if it's one criticism we can have of him, maybe he can bowl a bit fuller, get the bat on the front foot as...
Oh, that one is a fortuitous boundary. I'm not sure he was aiming for that area, just peels off the edge. Luckily, it went along the carpet, and Michael Graves is off the mark with 4 runs.
Yeah, so just about to mention that maybe he can be a little bit more fuller to the right-handed batters because he seemed to get the ball to move away. And there was evidence of that as he took the outer portion of the bat and flew through that region of between slip and gully. And another a fortunate boundary there for Michael Graves, but he will take it nevertheless.
Yes, he gets off the mark with that shot. Short delivery, walked off the pads, walked off the hips rather, to Jason Agard at that fine leg area. So the over is completed. And the score moves up to 29 for 1 after the 8th.
There's another steady over there from Juman, just losing his line there in the last couple of deliveries. A bit too full on the 5th delivery, and that last delivery a bit too short on the line of the leg stump. So the Leeward Island batters here just trying to get into somewhat of a partnership, having lost Palmer in the previous over to Agard. So they'll be looking to build. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they'll be looking for another breakthrough to further set back the progress of the Leeward Island team.
So Agard for his 5th. Short, but no pace actually. Seems, don't know if he took some pace off that one or that was a result of the wicket actually. As it was short, but it didn't get up as much as, and didn't get to Michael Graves as quickly as he thought it would have.
This is what we expect from Agard. He's a bowler who will look for swing early on, but he also has the ability to change his pace as well with a few cutters. I think those cutters would be critical on this wicket as well. They'll be difficult to get away because this wicket tend to grip for those type of deliveries.
He's doing a fine job so far. He was deposited for a 6 off Michael Palmer, but he saw that he kept, pitching it up because he believed that was the wicket-taking ball to be bowling, and it paid off for him in the end. So good to see a bowler not afraid of being hit and just continuing to do the right things. This one is walked to the onside.
Graves there just walking the one nicely behind square on the leg side. Leeward Islands, they'll need more of that, especially from him. Just turning the ball into the gaps, getting the singles.
Yes, I want to see a lot of that actually from all of the teams. That's an area that they definitely need to work on, the strike rotation, elimination of that ball. So it's good to see that these two batters are doing just that so far.
Agard here into his 5th over. Figures of 1 for 15 so far. So hasn't really given a lot away. And I'm sure that captain here, Joshua Davis, will be thinking about when he's going to bring in his spinners into the attack.
Oh, short delivery. Short lifting delivery. Evasive action taken by Malik Walsh. Hits him somewhere on the shoulder, I believe. Just confirming the signal from the umpire. Yes, leg byes.
I was about to mention that Walsh seems to be the type of player who likes to come on to the front foot. You see him defending off the front foot a long way down the wicket. So that was good thinking there from Agard. Just pulling his length back. Got Walsh in a bit of a struggle there. Agard not the quickest, but he was able to direct that short delivery.
Into the body again. Michael Graves just rides it. Wait on the signal once more. Yes, another leg by. So a guard, he's decided to go short to both of the batters for those last two deliveries of the over. The score is now 32 for 1, sorry, after the ninth. So Rambaran appears as if he's going to get the ball in hand. We just spoke about him. He's a very reliable bowler for his captain. So when the captain wants a wicket, he's going to turn to Andrew Rambaran to give him one. So Rambaran is going to bowl his first over of the day. Michael Graves on strike. What do you think of this move? Do you think that Andrew should have come into the attack, or do you think that they could have given Juman another over, seeing as how he was going quite well for his team?
You were questioning as to when Captain Davis would think about his spinners. I think he maybe just want to see what type of assistance the spinners are getting with 1 over remaining in this first power play as well. That's something to note. And Rambaran has been one of his most consistent performances in this tournament.
Oh, right away beats the driving Michael Graves. They pick up 2 runs, but right away into the action, and a threatening start for Andrew Rambaran and Trinidad and Tobago by signal.
Yes, that seemed to defeat everything, both the batter and the wicketkeeper, and even missing the stumps as well. Rambaran is not the biggest turn off the ball, but what he'll do, he'll change his pace up nicely, just getting the ball to angle back, more of an arm ball there from the left arm spinner, and beating Graves and also his wicketkeeper.
Ooh, that one turned back. Had a lot of bunks on it as well. Michael Graves, he was looking to leave, but that turned back into him. So interesting signs from the spinner so far here at the Sand Hill playing field.
Yes, the spinners have done well here at Sand Hill.
That one was slower that time. Graves looking to paddle it, but straight to that man, Justin Jagasa, positioned nicely.
Trinidad and Tobago fielders in great spirits here at the Sand Hill playing fields. Good to see that. Even though they have not had the best of tournaments, they'll be looking to finish on a high.
Oh, looks to drive it again. Slower through the air. Definitely give that one some air. Yes, I mean, they did win their first game. They have nothing to lose. They just want to finish on a high with an eye on that 3-day format that's going to be played within a matter of days. Short of a length on that occasion.
I think what has happened in this over is Graves, he's actually playing for turn, and so far Rambaran just angling his deliveries back into the right-hander. So what Graves needs to do is just be more mindful of those arm bars, really, just coming in with the angle.
Yes, and he's used his variations quite well in this over. Rambaran played with his length and pace as well. Nicely forward on that occasion. The most decisive shot he's played in this over so far. A nice forward defense. So the score is 34 for 1.
It's a good start there from Rambaran, causing a bit of problems there in that over. The spin always seems to cause problem here at the Sand Hill playing field. As we see another spinner being introduced. So twin spin really. It looks like Pereira will be coming in from that flow end.
Yes, Renilsta Pereira was quite miserly in that game against the Guyana team. Yes, his opening spell was 6 overs, 7 runs and 2 wickets. Ended up finishing off the game, picking up the last wicket of the match. So no surprises that the captain has thrown in the ball right away. Full right away, wrapped on the pads, a loud appeal, and the finger goes up. So Renilsta Pereira is continuing where he left off here from the Annisville playing field, picking up a wicket right away. Malik Walsh has been trapped LBW from the taller left arm spinner.
You mentioned picking up where he left off. We saw a brilliant spell from him in his last game. His first delivery there flighted, and there was the batter coming forward. And umpire Abbott there took a while to make that decision, but in the end she adjudged Walsh to be LBW. So Pereira, he takes his first wicket.
You know.
Score is now 34
So I'll tell
for the
you.
loss of 2 Leeward Islands after being insulted this morning by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, so right away, another left arm spinner. Captain has decided he's going to use 2 left arm spinners in tandem with each other. It paid off quite nicely. Pereira, the tall of the 2, picking up a breakthrough. Malik Walsh dismissed. So the captain, Carlan Bowen Tuckett, makes his way to the middle. Hasn't lit up the tournament with the bat so far. This is his last opportunity to do so in the 50-over format. He needs to build a partnership with Michael Graves, who's at the other end. But these 2 spinners operating in tandem is going to cause some problems for them. So this is the interesting phase of the game. A phase of the game where teams start to lose wicket in clusters, and these 2, they need to build a partnership to avoid that happening here for the Leeward Islands.
Agreed. There's Stacey. Pereira, he'll be buoyed by that wicket.
Pitched up again. Oh, a quick single taken. Gets in the end. Through coming from Narad Kisundat. It's a good single to get off the mark, but Michael Graves, he didn't handle the other left arm spin at the other end quite well, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes against Pereira. Pereira is taller than the 2. He's given it more air. And Rambaran, he was mixing up his pace nicely and his lengths as well. So far, the 2 balls bowled from Pereira, he's been looking to just flight it, just get it above the eye line of the batters. This one is quicker from Pereira. Quick of the 3 deliveries he's bowled so far. So easy pickings there for Michael Graves. Shorter delivery this time, played nicely, but just for singles, Justin Jagassar is on that cover boundary.
That's well played there by Graves, just going back on the back foot and punching that one out to deep cover. Get the feeling with the spinners in operation, something is about to happen every ball, Stacey.
Similar length, but he took the pace off that one on that occasion to Bowen Tuckett. It was much quicker than the delivery before. Full wrapped on the pads again. A huge appeal. And the umpire raises her finger. So Pereira has picked up 2 wickets in this over. And Carlan Bowen Tuckett has to go back for a single run. Another wicket. And we just spoke about losing wickets in clusters. And here we go. 3 quick wickets on the trot here for the Leeward Islands team.
A similar dismissal to Malik Walsh, where the bowler is just bringing the back one in with the arm, really. Slow delivery, coming in with the arm. Carlton Bowen Tuckett there, playing for a bit of tone, hitting him plumb in front. Another good decision there for umpire Abbott. As the Leeward Islands, they lose their 3rd wickets. They're now 36 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Hey, she said she got somebody, so you don't need to worry yourself. So thanks.
The new batter is Joel Andrew, the vice captain, coming in to join Michael Graves. So we'll definitely need a big innings from here to the Leeward Islands. Pereira there, 2 for 2 in that over. So very good start from him. Just picking up where he left off really in the previous encounter at Arnesville. As Rambaran again. It's a little bit short of a length. He's pushing that one through. And Graves standing tall. So pressure on Graves once again to dig out the Leeward Islands really out of this hole that they find themselves in at 36 for the loss of free.
Oh, nicely played. Up and over. Orlando James in the mid-on area from Michael Graves to get going against Rambaran, who's given him some trouble in the previous over. He's decided to use his long levers to get it over the mid-on fielder, sorry.
A good shot there from Michael Graves, but I don't think Rambaran would be disappointed with that type of shot. It seemed to be a shot caused by a bit of pressure from the previous over. So let's see how Rambaran follows up on that.
Yes, and I like this from Trinidad. They've decided to stick with their field as well. They're not pushing that man back to get it up and over the fielder. You're playing against the left arm turn. So, driven it, trying to drive, drove it into his foot, it appears. Yeah, so what I was saying is a good thing that they didn't opt to send him back, because, you know, it easily could have gone to hand there to Orlando James had he miscued it. Full driven, but straight to that fielder in cover area. So Michael Graves is looking as if he's decided to get out to Rambaran to use his reach as much as possible. Tries again once more.
I think what we have seen so far, Stacey, is that both of the left arm spinners, they're not turning the ball away from the right hand batters a great deal. Maybe the ball is still just 11.3 overs old, and both of the batters dismissed so far seem to be playing for that tone. And even Graves at times seem to be getting problems with that ball, just angling back into his wicket.
Yes, he left that one quite well in the end there. So score is 40 for 3, 12 overs bowled.
Yes, Leeward Islands losing a couple of wickets in the last couple of overs. Really seem to be denting their progress, really. Both of these batters here would be trying to just formulate somewhat of a partnership. Joel Andrew, we have spoken about him on a number of occasions throughout this tournament in terms of his talent, his ability. Just hasn't been able to put up that large score on the board. Saw him scored 39 in his previous encounter, so maybe getting a bit of form coming into this game. And Graves, as we mentioned, coming into this game on the back of 2 half centuries. So 2 batters here would have scored some runs in their last games and getting a bit of form. And they will need that type of form to negotiate Pereira and company.
Joel Andrew, another batter that we have given plaudits to in this tournament. Has praised the way he's gone about playing and picking length. However, he's just not gone on to get that big score. So nicely forward from him. He looks a quite organized player. However, he hasn't really had that big score that I think is imminent at some point in time from him. Hopefully today is the day. Leeward Islands will be hoping. Goes back there. Oof. Trinidad team, they really like that. They were excited about that.
Pereira just continues to keep it simple, really. Just bowling that good line, good length, attacking the batter's pads. And so far, he has been successful in this game.
Cuts it nicely. Played it really late. Waited on it well to pick up 2 runs to get going, Joel Andrew.
Well played by Andrew. Pereira on that occasion, just oaring in line there, giving the batter a bit of room outside the off stump. And we have seen that Joel Andrew is a good-looking player. Just went back and played that one late. Passed the man there at backward point for 2 runs. So he's up and running.
Oh, this time he nicks off to Joshua Davis in the slip area. So Ronald Pereira picks up his 3rd wicket here at the Sion Hill playing field.
Too easy there for the Trinidad and Tobago team. A delivery outside the line of the off stump. This one maybe turning away from the batter. There was Andrew going back, trying to punch this one off the back foot. Think a bit of bounce there from Pereira. He's a tall player as well. And well taken in the slip card in there by, is it Rambaran? Joshua Davis, the captain there, he wasn't going to put down that one. So the Leeward Islands once again losing another wicket. It's 42 for the loss of 4 here at Sand Hill.
Yeah, nice sharp catch there from the skipper, Joel Andrew, similar to what he did previously to get 2 runs. On this occasion, I think Pereira just tightened the line a bit. The delivery was a bit wider that he got the 2 runs from. On that occasion, he tightened the line. Similar shot, he tried to play Andrew and just getting that outside edge straight to that man in that slip, Joshua Davis, who held on quite nicely in the end. So Pereira, what a bowler he's been for the Trinidad team. Picking up 3 wickets so far. Not going for a lot of runs either. So he has really been a diamond for them since his introduction. I think I remember Mr. Mamchan saying that was the first game he bowled in, that game against Guyana. It's really surprising, given the way he's gone.
Surprising indeed, Stacey, because what we've seen of him, he's been economical as well as being penetrative.
So Tianik Honoré finishes off that over. So at this point in time, the Leeward Islands, they really need to forge a partnership here. They are 42 for 4. 13 overs have been bowled. A lot of overs to play with, but just 6 wickets in hand. Need to form a partnership. Need to rebuild. Michael Graves is still there. We mentioned he seems to be the man in form. Back-to-back, coming off back-to-back half centuries. They need that and more here from Michael Graves and the others to come.
Partnerships are the order of the day here for the Leeward Islands.
Nicely forward. They look for a quick single. Jason Agard tries to throw down the stump comfortably in the end from these two.
Yeah, more of that needed here between these 2 batters. Just trying to get the singles, walk the spinners into the gaps. So far, both spinners on point. It's not giving anything away to the batters. Also causing a bit of problems with those deliveries just angling back into the right-hander. I think Pereira also used the breeze, the wind here at the side of playing field very well.
Rambaran seems to be a tricky customer. Seems to bowl that arm ball a lot also.
Just as we predicted, Stacey, the introduction of spin is going to be critical to the outcome of this game. So when the pacers were in operation, the batters looked reasonably comfortable. So far, the introduction of spinners has really dented the progress of the Leeward Island team.
Yeah, and I like this from Trinidad and Tobago. They sense an opportunity, and they have to feel all the fielders in except for Justin Jagassar, who's at just forward of square. So not willing, is asking the batters to manufacture something to find a way to score runs. It's tough going right now. Tiani Connery just came to the wicket. He's yet to get off the mark. So they're asking him to try to do something. Try to manufacture a shot somewhere. But he needs to bat along with Michael Graves. Michael Graves just had a word with him. Oh, driven nicely down the ground, but no run.
So that brings to the end the 14th over. Yeah. The end of it. The Leeward Islands, they're 43 for the loss of 4. So earlier this morning, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they won the toss, elected to bowl first, and that is appearing to be a very good decision. As the Leeward Islands, they're struggling here. Wheels are coming off pretty quickly, 43 for 4. As we see Pereira once again is into his third over. His figures are 3 for 4 runs so far. So not only has he caused a dent in his scoring rate, he has also given his team some critical breakthroughs. He's hitting this one straight to the man there at mid-on. It was a shot there from Graves, it is. Out of character, really. He has been the man to just steady the innings throughout this tournament. Coming into this in his game with 2 back-to-back half centuries. Not the best of shots there, but that's what pressure does to you. And he goes for 12, and Leeward Islands, they're now 43 for the loss of 5.
Yes, we saw him play a similar shot to Rambaran in the overs from him, up and over that field at mid-on. And I was commending the captaincy of Trinidad and Tobago. He didn't push back that man. They decided to keep that fielder in the circle. And Michael Graves, trying to play against the spin of the left arm, Pereira, just holds out to that man at mid-on. Was trying to get it up and over. The pressure was mounting. But he really should have been looking to just build a partnership, just soak up some of that pressure that's being applied from a Trinidad and Tobago team and look to take it as deep as possible. Instead of that, they find themselves in a situation where they haven't gotten to 50 runs as yet, but half of the team has been dismissed.
That's a disappointing end there for Michael Graves. Good catch taken as well from Orlando James there at mid-on. It was dying on him a bit. So Pereira again continues to cause problems here for the Leeward Islands. That's his 4th wicket. So figures of 4 for 4.
Yes, a different proposition for Pereira as a left-hander is now in the wicket, Nathan Edward. But he's been keeping things simple, basically bowling at wicket-to-wicket line. They've mixed up their place well. Both of these left-arm spinner toyed with their lengths. And the Leeward Islands batters, they've had no answers for them so far. So Nathan Edward, a new batter in.
Yes, a left-hander. So the first left-hander we have seen, I think maybe that's something the Leeward Island management might have thought about in terms of trying to get a left-hander in, just to negate the threat of the left-arm spinners here. Having said that, that first delivery beating Nathan Edward outside the off stump.
Well, Pereira, same to you, left-hander, right-hander, it doesn't matter. I'm going to maintain what I've been doing and continue doing it well. It's a good delivery to the left-hander to start.
Another delivery there. He's coming around the wicket here, so just pushing those deliveries across Nathan Seeley. They are actually aided by the wind as well, the wind direction blowing from left to right on your screens.
Yes, and Edward, not too sure whether to go forward and come back. He's actually like half forward to Pereira. So again, the line this time a bit straighter. Got button to it, but no run, of course. It's a nice tight field here from the Trinidad and Tobago team. 2 slips now.
So captain definitely giving some support here to his spinner. And rightly so. It's bowled beautifully so far. As this is the end of another successful over there for Pereira. 4 for 4. And the Leeward Islands, they're struggling at 43 for the loss of 5. So Nathan Edward, he just came to the wicket. Joined Tianik Honore as well. Both batters are not. So they haven't troubled the scorers as yet. As the Trinidad and Tobago be looking to continue to squeeze them really, tighten the screws, and hopefully induce some bad decisions. Short of a length delivery there. There's a misfield there by Pereira. So the first batting he has done today.
I think the captain might excuse him for that, especially if he picks up Rambaran picks up a wicket here. But yeah, the Leeward Islands, the only thing that they can look to do is bat as long as possible from here on out. Don't think too much about the scoring rate. Yes, you need to score runs, but you can't score runs if you're all out, if you're dismissed. So these 2 batters, they really need to soak up some pressure. That is what is required now. We need to show some fortitude from these batters and the others to come. Just to see if they can get as close to batting 50 overs here. And just seeing off these two left arm spinners who are doing the damage right now for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
A lot of overs remaining. 34 overs after this one. So definitely going to have to bat out of their skins, really, both of these batters. Nathan Edward, he's handy with the bat, coming in at number 7. As the opening bowlers, I'm sure he'll want to make some runs to have something to bowl at. Not getting any sort of respite here from Rambaran. Into his fourth over Rambaran, 6 runs conceded. Nothing in that fourth column so far, surprisingly. All of the damage have been done by Pereira at the other end.
Well, it's a bowling partnership that's working well, and it worked well at Annisvale. Similar. Rambaran was the wicket taker. Pereira was just tightening the screws, dot after dot. Rambara and Pereira, in this occasion, he's the wicket taker, and Rambaran, he's hard to get away. So these batters, they believe Pereira is the man they have to take down. In so doing, he ends up picking up wickets.
Bit of a leading edge there. So that's pushing this one across the left hander there, Rambaran. So continues to cause problems for the Leeward Island batters. Nathan Seeley there, been squared up a bit. This one again, he's defending. Straight up back the wicket. And that's another over. I made actually 1 run off the first delivery. So 1 run off that over. Leeward Islands there, 44 for the loss of 5. Edward, he's there on North. And Honore, he's on 1 from 7 deliveries. As we see Pereira will be continuing from the floor end.
Hey, morning.
Bowling to Honore, a good delivery there, almost yorked him. Full length. So we've seen a bit of variety in Pereira's bowling. Uses different lengths, different lines. That's definitely caused a lot of problems for these batters as he pushes through that one. Honore, they're missing that one completely outside the off stump. Another foolish length. Still not getting him away here, the Leeward Island batters. To his 4th over, 4 for 4. So both batters.
Yes.
It's meeting halfway, maybe discussing what are the plans moving forward. Pereira once again. Flighty delivery this time. As the use of spin continues to dominate here at the side of the playing field. Short of a length and just not getting him away. So even on occasions where he has offered maybe scoring opportunities to these batters, they still haven't been able to get the ball off the square. So once again, that one pushed through with a bit of bounce, inconsistent bounce creeping in as usual. So another over there, another threatening over from Pereira. He finishes his 4th, and the Leeward Islands there 44 for the loss of 5. So the players taking a short water break here, and we'll do so as well up in the commentary box here after an action-packed morning. was down there all year.
So he and Kendrick will do the next thing. He needs I'll call him.
Some water. So welcome back to the Sandy playing field. It's encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands. It's delivery there by Rambaran. We start off this innings after that short water break. Joined in the commentary box here by Kesrick Williams. Kesrick, how are you doing this morning?
A little tired, but when you have work to do, you have work to do. Just like the Trinidadians have work to do here to just take 5 more wickets, and the Leeward Islands have even more work to do to try to build a partnership and try to put some runs on the board.
That's the Leeward Islands here. They have a mountain to climb, I would say. 45 for 5 actually. But this morning they were insulted by the Trinidad and Tobago team. So it's turning out to be a reasonably good decision so far by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever you choose to bowl on a surface like the Sand Hill surface, I mean, you definitely have to come out and use the wicket early in the morning because they play a little bit better in the second half, as you realize in the past few games that have been played here at Sand Hill. So when you put teams into bat, you have to use the surface as much as possible and use the spin as well.
It's Rambaran again into his 5th over. It's been very economical so far. None for 8. He hasn't really gotten a breakthrough for his captain, but what he has done, he has actually tightened the screws from that end. In Pereira, he's been the one to really get the wickets with 4 wickets in his spell so far. So bowling in partnerships here, the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, as this one is punched off the back foot there by Honore, should be able to get something close to a boundary. I think it's actually a boundary. Let's wait on the signal there from umpire Banwari, and yes it is. So a much needed boundary there for Leeward Islands after this water break.
Yeah, definitely a much needed boundary, but I honestly think it's sloppy work there. 3 fielders converging and then nobody is communicating, and that end up in the boundary. You need to play better cricket than that.
It's a good shot there by Honori though. Not a lot of risk attached to that type of stroke. Just coming back and punching it off the back foot through the covers. He's driving this one nicely again there, Honori. So with a fluency into his batting now. Leeward Islands will be hoping that that fluency lasts at least the next 33 overs.
Well, after the water break, he looks pretty good. I mean, I guess that water helped him. He looks fresh. I'm not sure if it's spring water he just drank or some water from the Leeward Islands, but he looks a lot better now with a bit more spring in his step.
I'm looking at the outfield as well. I think it's actually quicker today. That shot in that over actually raced across the outfield. A couple of games we have done here at the Sandhill playing field, we've seen a rather sluggish outfield.
Yeah, definitely. The Sandhill surface is not probably one of the best that we have in St. Vincent, but it tests your skills as a feeler. Couple of games ago, as I said, I'm not gonna bash these youngsters, but they're young. They need to feel well, and on this surface, it will test them. The ball will have a few bad bounce and stuff, so you have to be really good. If you can feel at Sandhill, take me to port. I'll do it anywhere.
As we see Pereira, a full toss this time and punching it straight back to the bowler. So such has been the pressure exerted on these batters that even the full tosses are not really capitalized on.
Not the first time I'm seeing a bowler who's bowling well bowl bad balls and he gets away with it, because you wanna get him off so bad. You wanna make sure that he finishes spell without getting a wicket, and then
This one is punched nicely there from Honore. Chance for second. Yes, they're going to take the at a good hit.
Whoa.
A good direct hit there.
Whoa.
This should be close, and I think he's out.
Should be.
So just as I was saying, it's a good second there
Should
to
be.
take on. The fielder there with a bullet arm. I think it's Visan Singh from the deep extra cover boundary. A direct hit always makes things interesting. And Nathan Edward, he's run out there without scoring. And the Leeward Islands, they lose another wicket, 52 for the loss of 6.
My co-commentator said should be. From where we are, I know it's out. I have bionic eyes. I mean, I'm a little tired from the little festival, the little festivity that just ended yesterday, but I can see well. I can see pretty well, and I know with that direct hit, he's a goner. He is a goner. Gonski.
It's actually Justin Jagasa been corrected, but maybe they initiated that run out, the opening batter. And he actually had one stump to aim at there, Kesrick. I don't know, you're from the countryside as well.
Mango picking.
And yes, I mean, normally say.
Mango picking.
Yes, it could. So it's 52 for 6.
As I mentioned earlier, on this outfield, you have to really look at the ball close, get it into your hands, good clean pickup, and sure. If you can do that at Cyan Hill, take me to Annisville. Do not run as long as you see me with the ball in my hands.
As once again, Pereira on that nagging line really to the right-handers. Just getting a bit of torn away at times, but most of his delivery is just coming in with the arm. That has caused a lot of problems for these batters. Trapping 2 batters LBW so far. So, Honori here, his role is becoming increasingly important. We're seeing more fluency in his batting, but he will need to do that over a long period of time. This one again, maybe just heading down the leg side there, but definitely a lot of noise, a lot of action out there in the middle here at the Sandhill playing field.
To be honest with you, me as a coach in any setup in this Rising Star tournament, as long as I'm playing at Sand Hill, I would tell my batters, I say, look, you're gonna get majority of spinners coming at you. So what I will do, I would get my batters, even on the day off, probably get to bat some spin, because it's been running teams ragged in this tournament, especially when they play at Sand Hill. We have the 3 days tournament, the 2 3 days tournament coming up with the Rising Stars again, and they're gonna bowl even more spin as long as they're playing here at Sand Hill. So you need to bat the spin properly because you're gonna get spin bowling coming at you consistently, and the wicket has been consistent. The reason why I say that, it's consistently been taking the turn, the bounce and everything, and the spin has been doing well on it. So there's a consistency here when it comes to spin bowling. Fast bowling, you have to bend your back really hard. For my fast bowlers, I really want to kill them too much on this, but my spinners, you gotta bowl the majority of my overs. What's working, let it work on the day.
Yeah, talking about spin, we have a new spinner being introduced, so Visan Singh, the leg spinner. Saw him last year in the 3-day tournament, very impressed with him. Can actually bowl the leg spin as well as the googly. So another good option here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. It's coming into bowl at a very good time as well with the batting team 6 wickets down. The batter in this case is Yannick Watley. He's a new batter. He'll be looking to just forge somewhat of a partnership here with Honori. Try and get his team somewhere, I don't know, in the vicinity of 120, 130 from here.
Also, I want to, not taking away from the Rising Star tournament, but I want to say congrats to Alec Anthony's, making his debut for the West Indies team in his hometown. That's a special debut. I mean, for anybody out there, I wish I could have made my debut in St. Vincent or even played a game here in St. Vincent, but, that's a dream come true debut for him, and I wish him well. I wish that he have a brilliant career, fantastic player. I love him. He loves to play his cricket, and he's like his good friend, Mr. Kavim Hodge, Mr. Cricket. I would love to see him, both of them actually playing together one of these days. So congrats to him, and best of luck to the West Indies team against India in this series, starting in Dominica.
As you see Singh trying to find his line so far. A good feeling there from Pereira. So giving it its all here this morning at the Sand playing field. He can do no wrong. His confidence from his bowling just being transferred to his fielding as well. Trinidad and Tobago on the back of a victory in the last encounter at the Annesville playing field versus Guyana. They'll be quite confident coming into this game. Leeward Islands also, they won against Barbados. So both teams coming in with a victory under their belt. But so far it's been the Trinidad and Tobago who has adapted quicker to the conditions here at Sand Hill. So there's actually a slip and a gully now. So a bit more pressure exerted here by Captain Davis. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. Just watching that one go by Watley. So there's a man at backward point. Cover, extra cover. The man at mid off. There's a man there at long on. Mid wicket, deep square leg. Another flighted leg break there, turning away from the batter. Watchful from Watley. Just have to be mindful of that delivery coming back in.
The thing about bowling leg spin, right? When the ball is coming, when you bowl your googly and the normal leg spin, the thing about it is that you have to be consistent in terms of the line, or you wouldn't be as effective as you should be. Some bowlers tend to bowl the googly, pitching it just outside off, looking for it to spin back. And when they bowl a leg break, they bowl it on stump. So some batters who have really good knowledge about spin bowling and looking at bowlers' wrists and their wrist position and stuff like that would understand when you're bowling a googly and when you're bowling a normal leg spin. Guys like Rashid Khan and these guys, they have mastered bowling one line. So they come down on the same line and bowl their leg spin and their googly from that line. So you as a batter now, you have to watch that bowler's wrist position.
As we see Pereira starting from the flow end once again. into his sixth over. Let's can we continue?
Yes, you as a batter now have to watch that bowler's wrist position when he's delivering the ball. And if you can't pick it from there, trying to pick it off the pitch, sometimes you might be a bit late. So you have to have a need for consistency when bowling your leg spin, whether you're bowling your googlies, whether you're bowling your normal leg spin or you're bowling your flipper. You have to have consistency, otherwise batters will pick you up very easily.
Agreed. Good point. As we see, Pereira is a right arm, left arm orthodox spinner. We won't see any googlies from him or anything of that sort. What we have seen so far, just the use of the wicket, use of the crease, bowling various lengths, a different pace. That has really caused some problems here for the Trinidad and Tobago batting. The Leeward Islands batting, sorry.
And the thing about him, he's pretty tall as well. So, he can extract that extra bounce out the wicket. Sometimes he bowl that flighted delivery, but when he bowl that flighted delivery, he's bowling from just in front of the stump as well, or in the middle of the crease. So it will come to you a little bit slower.
Flighted delivery there, getting the outside edge there. Edge actually going down. Joshua Davis there in this slip cordon. He's actually biased, signaled by Mariah Carey. He thought there was an edge. It's a bit of tone there as well now, we're seeing from Pereira.
Yeah, he do turns the ball and he do bowl a faster one. You know what I mean? So on this surface, that's keeping low at times and have that extra bounce. I mean, good ploy, good ploy. Mixing up your pace, variations as well. So it's a good way to bowl on this wicket. And bowlers who bowl this sort of way on these sort of wickets, they get more wickets than more often.
As we see a change in field. Have a man coming in at silly mid-off. Appears to be Justin Jagasa, somewhat of a specialist. I think we have seen him there on a number of occasions in the 3-day tournament last year. So appears to be someone who actually maybe likes that position. Actually, it's a change of heart. I'm not sure the reason behind the change. So that man Jagasa is actually now on the deep extra cover boundary. Two umpires consulting. I'm not sure the issue here. Umpire Banwari and umpire Abbott. So we have a man at slip, a man at gully, a backward point, a deep extra cover. And the covers mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man there at deep square leg. This one is walked away nicely there by Watley. Out to square leg for a single. The score moves on to 57 for the loss of 6. Another over completed, so definitely getting his overs through at a reasonable pace. 21 overs completed. Leeward Islands, after being insulted this morning by Trinidad and Tobago, they are 57 for the loss of 6 wickets.
At this moment, me as a Leeward Island coach, I would ask my batters to bat as deep as possible. I'm sure this is not the first situation that he has been in terms of bowlers bowling well. They're being consistent and you're losing wickets. Runs isn't coming as they should or as you want it to. So I would ask my batters to bat as deep as possible, and try as best as possible to explore at the end. See how much runs they can get. But they have to bat deep. They must bat deep for them to get a good score.
That definitely would have to be the advice here from the Leeward Island management. Let's try and bat as much of these overs as possible. Still afford 28 overs after this one. So that require a lot of batting, a lot of concentration. As Watley He's on 1 from 8 deliveries. Honore, he's been there for a while, 7 from 29 deliveries. So strike rate's definitely nothing to write home about, but that is not important at this point in time. What is important is the batters being there and trying to occupy the crease for as long as possible.
That will have to be the word presently in the camp, in the Leewards camp. Guys, bat as long as possible. Bat as long as possible. So runs. I think this has been the talk of Sand Hill playing field. A lot of teams haven't really, had a blast in terms of scoring runs consistently on this surface.
As another over comes to an end there from Viswan Singh. 22nd over completed. Leeward Islands, they are 57 for the loss of 6. Watley, he's on 1. Honore, he's on 7. Yes, just adding to your point, Keswick, the batting here definitely hasn't been easy. We haven't seen a string of high totals here at the Sandy playing field. I think the highest total would have been that game between Barbados and Trinidad, where Barbados made 152. We've seen quite a bit of low scores. Even in the last encounter, Windward Islands been bowled out for just over 100. So it's a playing field. It's a wicket where you have to really graft, as they would say. Swinging this one for a big hit over deep. Long on, 6 runs. So a bit of pressure being released there by Honore. And the 4 shot in anger really against Pereira.
Yes, that's a lovely shot. A little pressure being released there, and it was somewhat of a pressure shot. It was like, you know what, I'm tired, I'm going at it. A lovely shot in the end. And I think that's what they need to do a little bit more. As long as you have a long hop, as long as you have a bad delivery, a delivery that you like to score, get runs off of it. That's what they need to do. Be brave.
Captain there pushing back that man, Eager, that long on. Flighting this one again. Honore punching it down to that man at long on. So, good sequence of deliveries there for Leeward Islands. A 6 and then a single.
And that's smart. You hit the 6 over long on. You push back the guy 1 down at long on. That's 7 runs off the over already.
So short of a length from Pereira into his 7th over. Figure still economical despite that big hit for 6. Still has a man at slip, a man at gully as well. So captain still has some confidence in him. Still giving him this attacking feel. Rightfully so. He has been the man among the wickets so far. He's punching this one out to mid-off. Chance for a quick single. Should get there in the end. James there at mid-off coming around. Can't prevent the single. So good over so far from the Leeward Islands. Trying to get some momentum into their innings. As Honore, he's back on strike. This one again is pushed through. He's punching it down to long on. Another good single there for the Leeward Islands. So the 9 runs coming from that Pereira over. The Leeward Islands, they are 66 for the loss of 6.
Not a bad over, especially off Trinidad main bowler in this game today. Not a bad over. I guess that will put a little bit more confidence into these batters. What they need to do now is try to tick around the score and get a move on, because they don't wanna be in a slump too much, because the Trinidad team have a lot of spin bowlers. They don't want to tie down themselves and make it look like it is so difficult to get runs off of the spin. Yes, it is, but you don't want to make it look that way or make it that evident that, oh, it's so hard to get runs off the spin bowlers. They have to find a way. And I'm happy with this sort of wicket. So on this wicket, the spin bowlers will do the job for you. And on the other surface in Arnis Vale, the fast bowlers can do a job for you. So it's good that these rising stars, they're getting different surfaces because they will travel around the world. Eventually, some of them will play for West Indies and they will travel around the world. So it's good to, experience different wickets, different surfaces.
Big appeal here, and he's caught behind. Umpire Banwari there raising that dreaded finger. So Vishal Singh, he gets amongst the wickets here. And Honori there, a bit dejected with that dismissal. For the Leeward Islands, they lose another wicket. They're now 66 for the loss of 7.
Yes. The only thing that I hate about that wicket is the reaction from the batter. You're out, you're a young man, you're out, just walk. That reaction is not needed, showing the umpire his bat and stuff like that. That's not needed. You're out, you'll have another chance sometime again in another game. Just gotta brush that off. Well done to Trinidad and Tobago picking up another wicket.
Yeah, they continue to chip away here at the Leeward Islands. 7 wickets in the space of 23 overs. Yes. So in the space of 23 overs, picking up 7 wickets. Continue to dent the progress of the Leeward Islands team. As we see a new batter coming in here, Wildon Cornwall. Left-hander. So he'll be looking to once again forge some sort of partnership with Watley. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, they'll be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible with their spinners. Once again, we are seeing the majority of wickets fall into spin. He got the big wicket of Palmer earlier, but since then it has been spin to cause all the damage here at the side of the playing field. Another flighted delivery there from Singh. Just tossing it up above the eye line of the batter. The number 9. Can't be a bad thing.
One question though, as a coach in this under 19 tournament here, would you say when you're playing, would you play to the surface? For example, when you're playing at Sand Hill, you only come into the game with 2 or 3 fast bowlers and the rest are spinners. And when you're playing at Annis Vale, where the wicket is a bit faster, you play your fast bowlers there. Do you think there's a need for that with these under 19 players? Or you want them to say, as a coach, you want to say, you know what, whether the wicket is dead or not, we're not playing the surface. We want you to develop as a fast bowler to bowl on any surface. So we're going to play you today still. Do you think there would be a need for that, or you just play to a surface? You play because, listen, this is about winning, or this is about learning and improving and stuff like that?
Well, I think from an administrative point of view, I think they've actually put some playing conditions that are seeking to get more fast bowlers being utilized. For example, a fast bowling points in this tournament. I think they're trying to get away from the fact that spinners are going to dominate. So they want to see a bit more fast bowlers coming through, so they're offering that bit of an incentive. But still, I think throughout the tournament, especially here at Sand Hill, spin seems to be the order of the day. And most of the teams so far has this another loud appeal again. And he's gone. So Singh continues to bamboozle the batters here for the Leeward Islands. Another delivery there, pitching and turning back into the left-hander and chopping him plumb in front, really. And another wicket goes. It's 66 for the loss of 8. Leeward Islands, their wheels are definitely coming off here at the Sand Hill playing field.
Not the shot that you want to play with the wicket turning, bouncing, and keeping low. Not the shot that you want to play. You want to be on your front foot. And then that reaction again. If you're out, young man, just put your bat under your arm and walk. No need to show, the umpire, oh, the ball hit my bat or anything like that. Just walk.
So we're going to have number 19, Kimani Nisbet, right, medium fast bowler. We'll see more of him as a bowler later on. At this point in time, he'll be needed for his batting abilities. Just going to try and get some partnership going here. The Leeward Islands just never really took off as a team, as a batting unit here this morning. Trinidad and Tobago, they have really steamrolled the top order. And so far, they're looking to really mop up the tail of the Leeward Islands here as Pereira, once again, he will continue into his 8th over. So captain persisting with him, rightfully so. 8 overs, 4 for 16. I think I can remember in the previous encounter, he had actually bowled a very economical spell. 6 overs, I think, for 6 runs. His captain took him off, so that was a really shocking decision to most of us in the commentary box. So today we are seeing him having maybe bowling out his entire spell.
And that's really rare. You don't really find, captains giving spinners the ball to bowl in the middle and bowling them 10 straight. But he's doing it, and he's doing it well.
Another huge appeal there from the Trinidad and Tobago fielders. I think that delivery maybe heading down the leg side. Foolish delivery, but they're looking to walk that one through the onside. Another delivery that is punched back to the bowler by Watley. So Watley, he's been there a while. Faced 18 deliveries. It'll be interesting to see how he goes as he tries to accumulate as much runs for his team here. What sort of confidence he has in his batting partner in the form of Nisbet. And how he's going to, as they would say, farm the strike and what type of shots he'll be playing. Another tight over there, a main over actually, this time again from Pereira. As Leeward Islands, they are 66 for the loss of 8 wickets. At Watley, he's on 2 from 21 deliveries. And Nisbet, he's yet to get off the mark. As we see Singh again, coming from the old airport end. On the back of a successful over. Look at the field. There's a man there at slip. 2 slips really, more of a gully-ish region there. A man at backward point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep square leg. As this one takes the inner portion of the bat there from Nisbet. He's off the mark with a single. Scores trickle along really to 67 for the loss of 8 into over number 26. So the scoring rate of around 2.64 runs per over. Hasn't been able to get the ball off the square and form any sort of momentum into their batting effort here at Leeward Islands. Flighty delivery again, beating him and missing his stumps as well. There, Watley, as they come back for a second. No, bit of indecision there in the running. So that appears to be googly from Singh. Mentioned his ability to get that ball to come back into the right-handers. Causing a lot of problems here for the Leeward Island batters. This delivery is a bit quicker there, a bit flatter. Walked nicely out to mid-wicket there from Nisbet. Another run added to the total. 68 for the loss of 8.
Do you, in my honest opinion, the spinners are bowling really well. But I think in the next couple of overs, they should try bringing back at least one pacer to see if he can, finish up or, take out the tail of the Leeward Islands.
I think that's something the captain might have at the back of his mind. I think his spinners are doing reasonably well. And as they normally say, if something is broken, don't try and fix it. As Nisbet is punching this one officially to the man there at mid-off. There's no run. Singh here into his fourth over. Figures of 2 for 6 so far. As another over comes to an end. 4 runs coming from it. The Leeward Islands, after being inserted to bat this morning here at Sand Hill playing field, they are 70 for the loss of 8.
The Leeward Islands here, they're not looking too much like they want to get the scoring going. Yes, the Trinidad Islands are bowling tight, but there must be some need for at least scoring. They're at a standstill right now, and they need to find some way to get out. As we welcome back into the commentary booth, Miss Stacey Adams.
Well, not get out, stay in. 8 wickets down. I mean, Pereira has bowled quite well before this over started. He bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 16 runs, and picked up 4 wickets.
Yeah, he's bowling pretty well. He's consistent. His variation is good. His variations is good, so he needs to continue with that.
A full delivery. Even when he over pitches or ball short, they can't seem to get him away. And those sorts of deliveries, you need to capitalize on them. As you mentioned, the intent to score isn't really there at this point in time.
As I mentioned earlier, when you have a bowler bowling well, when he's already gone 4 wickets and he's bowling well.
This one is shot and heaved powerfully over that mid-wicket fence for 4 runs. It's a nice looking shot there from well, I'll get the name for you in a moment. Yes, a nice looking shot from the batter. To finish off the over from Pereira. So the score moves up to 74 for 8 after 27.
So as I was saying, when you have a bowler bowling well, as I mentioned earlier, when you have a bowler bowling well, he can bowl bad balls at times according to the batter that's batting. You bowl a bad ball and get away with it because you're bowling so well and they just want to see you off. So you bowl bad balls and you would get away with it at times, not all the times.
Yes, so that shot was played by Yannick Watley. I apologize to you. So Yannick Watley and Nisbet at the wicket looking to rebuild for the Leeward Islands team. Oh, this is launched beautifully down the ground, using all his reach on that occasion is Nisbet to get a much needed boundary for the Leeward Islands team.
And a decent shot too. Really, really good shot straight over the bowler's head, straight into the boundary. That's the positivity that you want in these players. Yes, they're going through a slump, but you have to find the need to score. Yes, Trinidad have other plans, but you must find need to score.
Yes, and right away you see the captain decided to push that man back. So it's an option now for Watley and Nisbet to just take a single down the ground, push some of those close fielders back on the ring from another full delivery. A huge appeal for stumping. Did he raise his foot? Not out, says umpire Maria Abbott. Seemed like he got his foot down in time.
From where I'm at, it looks pretty close, but I guess third umpire need to be introduced here. It looks pretty close. Umpire Abbott saying no, but yes, one thing I find strange about these players, the skipper, as soon as one of his bowlers get thumped for a 6 or a 4 straight down the ground, he always push back one and then they get a free single. You need to be braver than that. Okay, you hit a six straight down the gong. Do it again. Let me see you do it again. As soon as a six is being hit, change the field. Guy goes back, whether it's long on or long off.
Another
And
expansive shot played there by Nisbet to finish off the over. Didn't make connection. 78 for 8 after 28, but I agree with you to some extent there. I agree with you, sorry, Kedrick. You know, it's just 78 for 8. You should be asking the batters to try to play a risky shot. On that occasion, it was actually a delivery that was pitched up from Basan Singh, so it certainly deserved the treatment. But he has been bowling really well in his over so far, apart from that four that was hit. So they didn't really need to send the man back. Just need to ask him to continue to maintain his good line and length that he's been bowling.
get back at it. Get back at it.
So
No.
Pereira for his last.
He's going through a really good spell of bowling here. They push back long off and long on for Pereira this time. He need to keep the screws tight.
Goes deep in the crease. Plays it out to the fielder. Short cover area. Yeah, I guess they decided that Watley and Nisbet probably gonna chance their arms. Nicely played. Much slower delivery from Pereira. And nicely watched there by Yannick Watley.
In my honest opinion, me as a Trinidad captain presently, as soon as Pereira is done, I will bring back one of my players to try to finish off this tail. At least give him 2 overs, see how he looks. 2, 3 overs, see how he looks. If he don't produce anything out of those 2 or 3 overs, then you could bring back, you know, your other left arm spinner. If not, you can continue them if he's doing well. You don't try to, because they're 8 down, 2 wickets left. Your pacers must at least, you know, try to get 1 wicket in those 2 or 3 over bursts that he will get.
Brought the field up now for Nisbet. Fully forward to finish from Nisbet. And excellent figures come to an end here for Renilson Pereira, who has bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 21 runs, and picked up 4 wickets for his team. So exceptional spell from the young man comes to an end. The score is 79 for 8, 29 overs bowled. At this point in time, the Leeward Islands team, they are looking to resuscitate this innings. It's gone nowhere really for them. They've lost wickets in a hurry, and the scoring rate is well below where they would have wanted it to be at this point in time. So these 2 batters look quite compact at the crease so far. They look confident. So they should be able to do a job for the team, at least the Leeward Islands players. The other players will be hoping that these 2 could continue to build their partnership. This one is pitched up in the air, just short of Justin Jagisa. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. Yannick Watley there. So Vasan Singh continuing. Overpitched. Looking for a quick single. The throw comes in at the striker's end, but he's safe in the end.
The throws for the Trinidad team has been really, really good. The throws for the Trinidad team has been really, really good. The 1 bounce to the keeper, the direct hits, they have been good with their throwing. So Leewards had to be a little bit careful with their running.
Drives at it. Didn't look for the single. Thought the single was on once it beat that man. The man at mid-off, he had to run around to his left, but didn't want to take any risk there, the 2 Leeward Islands batters. Fuller there from Vasan Singh.
Singh is one brave bowler. Mid-off, mid-on, up, and he's flighting every delivery. At least push back, long off, long on, and then flight. But he's very brave. He's very, very brave.
Bravery paid off in the end for Vasan Singh. I think his length, he pulled his length back a touch for that delivery. And Kimani Nisbet, he launched him for a 4 with the fielders up. For the rest of the over, the captain decided to push the field back. On this occasion, he basically asked the bowler to do the same thing. Just tighten up his lines, keep the field in, and Nisbet in the end falling for the trap.
Singh, actually that delivery he bowled it from the middle of the crease, so it was a little bit slower than the previous deliveries that he has been bowling. Really smart work there from Singh, and I must say again, bravery paid off. Because another batter, he would have been into the boundaries a long time ago. He was flighting it, and the batters was doing nothing about it. But bravery paid off. Lovely. He have this, as we'll say in St. Vincent, he have belly.
Yeah, that's what the captain really wanted him to do. Just ask the batters to do something, because you saw Nisbet was getting frustrated in that over. He got some full deliveries that he didn't put away, and he just poor shot selection from in the end, deciding to go for a delivery that he could have just come forward to and probably looked to block it, as they've been doing. Onaje Amari, the man with the longest reach in this entire match, not just the Leeward Islands team. So he should be looking to use all of his reach, him being a tall off spinner himself. Against these magnificent spinners for the Trinidad and Tobago team. The captain has decided to put 2 slips into him.
The last time I saw Amri bat, I had some fun. He's quite a character. Oh my God. Oh, he's a player that I think is loved by every single team. As I said the last time I saw him, you need a player like this in your dressing room. He makes the dressing room light, and he's a fun player. He enjoys his cricket. I don't want him to do it a little bit too much and let the fun take over what he is supposed to do on the field. But he's such a fun to watch.
He's very much an entertainer, a young man. He lives to thrill, really. And as you mentioned, he enjoys his game. I think no matter the situation the Leeward Islands are in, he comes out and he always looks as if he's enjoying his game, whether he's batting, bowling, or fielding. So as you called it, you asked that the captain bring on a pacer. So they've decided to go with Abdul Rahman Juman. He's bowled really well in his first spell. Bowled 4 overs for 15 runs. Didn't pick up a wicket. I think that he deserved the wicket. And his captain probably saying he deserved the wicket, so they decided to bring him back from this end to replace Pereira, who finished his spell earlier. So Yannick Watley is 10 off 37, and Amari just joined him. He had to score off the lone delivery that he's faced. Full delivery. Couldn't quite get that in the gap, straight to the field at mid-off.
You know, I always believe in this. You know, you're somewhat of a good commentator whenever you call something and the skipper does it on the field. So I guess I'm getting there. Please make me look good. Get me a wicket here, youngster. Not saying anything bad about the Leewards. Leewards have other plans, obviously.
So it's just 1 wicket to get, really. This is the last partnership for the Leeward Islands team. They can try and fight their way to 100 and then try to look to see how many more they can get after passing 100. I think the team will be in good spirits. It's not the sort of total they would have been looking for, but it'll be something for them to work with nonetheless. The Trinidad and Tobago team, of course, they're just looking to mop this up as quickly as possible.
The last time Leeward played here, we saw the last time I saw Amri played when I had some fun. He was batting with Graves, who was a one down batter. He played pretty smartly. Would the batter now here with Amri play that smart and try to go as deep as possible with Amri and see how much runs he can get?
Yeah, it's pretty much a plan that these two should have. I mean, Amory doesn't look the best with the bat in hand, I must say. Um, his job is to bowl, and you can see that from the way he sets up and the way he plays a shot. So Watley should be looking to farm most of the strike from here on out. Nicely worked there. Get a quick single. Just two steps down for the tall Amory, and he's made it quite comfortably in the end.
He's not actually gonging his bat there, Adams. He's pushing his bat just in front of the crease and then jumping over. I've seen him do it more than once now in this tournament, and that's not. I mean, yes, you should have fun, but do have your fun doing the right things.
I agree with you, Kedrick. So they managed to pinch the single of the last delivery of that over. I think that's something that they probably discussed. You know, get me out strike. Make sure I stay out strike. That's probably what Unaje was telling him. So Yannick Watley has the strike to Vasan Singh. I wondered the captain might just push the field back and just allow them to take the single and get Unaje on strike. If they take the single, that is. Some monks on turn there for the leg spinner.
I would love to see Amri batting Singh. I would love to see Amri batting Singh. And I want to see Singh fly to Amri and see what he would do. I'm not sure what will happen, but I can't wait. That will be an event.
Oh.
He better get two. He better get two.
Yeah, they get two quite easily in the end. Wait on the signal for the umpire to see if that was an edge. Yes, an edge that didn't go to hand. So they pick up two more runs. Every single run today, I'm pretty sure, was applauded. Even when they came forward and blocked. Every single non-dismissal, I should say, was applauded by the Leeward Islands team. The Leeward Islands dugout, rather.
Well, when you're that deep, you need to make your batters feel like everybody is out there, even though you're in the dugout. So this is my special event here. Armory against Singh. If Singh flight, what do you think will happen, Stacey?
I mean, it's a tall, big man. I think you should look to hit him
Oh, I'm
down the ground.
disappointed.
He's looking to just keep it out at this point in time. Steady head on his shoulder, Onaji. He's not going to be the last man out. He has two more deliveries to face in this over. Goes back on that occasion, leaves it alone. A very comical leave. Looks at the stump, make sure it didn't hit it. But it's still standing there, Unaje. You're still at the wicket. You have one more ball to negotiate. One more ball to survive in this over. Shorter, quicker. Well played by Unaje. The over comes to an end. The score is 84 for 9 after 32 overs.
These sort of players with long reach, tall. As a spinner, at times it's kind of hard to get through their defense because they just look to block. And with the reach that they have as batters, it's kind of always hard to get them everywhere because they have such a far reach, So, I mean, if he can actually use the bat, if he can utilize the bat even halfway of his other batters in the team, I think with his reach, he could be, a bit dangerous, like a Dillon Johnson. With his height, he can use his bat. With his height, you flight, you're gonna go.
Looks to hit this one. Drives it in the covers to get one. So it's good to see that Watley is trusting Onaji, trusting him to form the strike. 5 balls remaining in this over. He'll be facing a pacer. I think that was the plan from the Trinidad team. They pushed
That
and
was a
peeled the bat.
Trinidadian's plan, but Watley there was a little bit, upset that he didn't get two because Mari just jogged down to the striker's end. You don't want to leave him exposed to 5 balls in an over.
Oh, that was a full one. Very full delivery there. Greeted with bat from Onaje Amory. But just into the covers. Just it was more a situation of the bat hitting the ball. The ball hitting the bat rather. It's a no ball for height. Signaled by umpire Maria Abbott. So Yannick Watley has an opportunity to maximize this free hit delivery. Probably searching for a Yorker there, Juman, to Naji Amri. He's a tall man. If he gets a Yorker under there, it'll be a long way down for him to get his bat down. Good thinking from him, but just the wrong poor execution in the end. Flat batted down the ground. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. So 4 important runs to the Leeward Islands team. So good to see that free hit wasn't wasted in the end. Kesrick, you might be saying to yourself, I mean, you requested that the pace bowler come on and he's leaked some runs here for his team.
Yeah,
Is he letting you down?
He is. As a fast bowler myself, I'm a little bit disappointed here, but at the end of the day, it's cricket.
Yeah, that's better.
Everybody comes out to play cricket. Nobody's gonna come out and lie down for you. So Trinidad must expect a little bit of fight back here.
Yeah.
Watley is trying that. Mari is trying to, survive.
Yes, indeed. So, and Juman was probably just searching for that magic delivery. Just over pitching and bowling a full toss, looking for that Yorker. So he's really trying hard, and sometimes you overthink as a bowler. Just do the things that you've been doing well so far. So maybe a bit of overthinking coming in from the young man because he really wants to pick up a wicket. He bowled really well in his first spell, and it's the last wicket pair there right now for the Leeward Islands team. So it's very important that they dismiss one of these two as quickly as possible. Maybe a bit of pressure is being heaped on the fast bowler. Nicely played. So they get another single. And
Question here, Stacey. Do you think in these West Indies Rising Star under 19 tournaments, do you think there's a need for, the board to get these legends, to be around the tournament, or even place a legend into a team as the mentor, going forward? Do you think that these players from these regions would strive off something like that.
Ooh, quick delivery there. Play and a miss. Or leave, I'm not too sure what it was from
I
Onaje.
think it's a miss.
And the over comes to an end, so he survives another delivery. It's 92 for 9 after 33. Well, Keswick, I see a bit of that seeping in into that senior team. I see Brian Lara, he's around the senior team, mainly as a mentor role. And a lot of these players, they look up to, obviously they started playing cricket, they saw cricket being played by some of these mentors themselves. So definitely seeing them around might give them a lift, bring about a sense of confidence to a lot of these players. So,
Yes, yes, definitely.
so I want to say that yes, I know that these legends, if you call it, they have other things that they're doing, etc. But it doesn't even have to be a paying role. It could be something that they just, volunteer to do. They come around because at the end of the day, we all want to see West Indies cricket strive. So whatever help you can lend, whatever advice you can give to these young players, I'm pretty sure that they will take it and run with it to add to their development.
Yes, that's the word that we need to be a keyword in our cricket here in the West Indies, development, because what we need to do now is to try to develop what we have here now in the Rising Star tournament, because in the future a lot of these players would be playing for West Indies.
Yes, having mentioned all of that, a lot of these teams, they have coaches who have played West Indies cricket. So, for example, Sherwin Campbell and Suleiman Ben, their coach and assistant coach to Barbados team. So, despite you're playing for a different team, you can always pop over to some of these guys. Yes, you have your coach and your manager, your assistant coach, but you can still go to these guys and just ask them some questions about their time there and ask them to give you advice with your batting or bowling, respectively. An edge there doesn't go to hand, you pick up another single.
Yeah, definitely. And I do hope that these players, you know, go to someone like a Sharon Campbell or Solomon Ben, even a Gary Matrin, out of Winwards, who played a few games for the West Indies, who has a real a vast knowledge in terms of cricket and how to develop your cricket as a youngster. I hope that and also they can talk to each other. You can learn from each other.
It was a much quicker delivery there from Vasan Singh to finish off the over. I think he needs to bowl a lot slower to Onaje and just try to tempt him a bit. I think the quicker ones, he'll be wary of it and he'll react quicker to it. So maybe bowl a bit slower to him. To finish the over, the score is 93 for 9, 34 overs bowled.
Sometimes it's sort of it kind of get frustrating when you're bowling to a batter, someone like Mari who don't have much intent to score. All he wants to do is block, and he's blocking pretty well, and you're bowling. That's the reason for the last delivery, that quicker one. So what you need to do as a bowler in this time is, be consistent. Don't get frustrated. As I mentioned earlier, bring back the pace. Give him 2, 3 overs. If it's not working, you bring back your other left arm spinner and he's back.
And so Andrew Rambaran, they get an easy single. That shouldn't have happened. But I don't think they'll mind that too much. They actually
Think it was
prefer
a
to be
plan.
bowling too. Yeah, they actually prefer to be. Well, at this point in time, the Leeward Islands team, they're happy to get as many as possible. So they won't mind it. And Onaje, he has shown up a bit with the bat today. He's willing to stick it out. He's showing some fortitude along with Yannick Watley just to try and help their team to a good score. Well, not a good score, but something. They're 93 yet to get to 94 yet to get to 100. So at least try to touch that 100 run mark.
I think that was a plan. That was a plan from Trinidad. For Leewards, is let's get as much runs as possible, but I think it was a plan. That have to be out. Must be out.
Yeah, huge appeal, and it's been given. I mean, that's really what they needed to do. Just slow it up a touch to um, Onaje and just have him a little bit unsure, uncertain with his footwork. It was full, it was slow, and it beat him in the end. And that wraps up the end of the Leeward Islands innings. They've been bowled out for 94 runs. And yes, Kesrick, that indeed was the plan. For a moment there, I thought it was two top order batters batting and they gave away an easy single.
Yeah.
So they definitely wanted Onaje on strike and they got that done, willing to give away a run or two, and that's fine. So we won't go to a luncheon interval. The Trinidad and Tobago team will be coming back shortly to start their pursuit of that 95 runs for victory. So some exceptional bowling from the spinners off the back of Ronilsta Pereira, who picked up 4 wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago team. No questions who's the happier team coming off here at this point in time. So we will take a short break and we'll be back in around 10 minutes or so when the Trinidad and Tobago team will be in pursuit of 95 runs for victory.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sandhill playing field here for the start of the second innings in this encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. Earlier this morning, Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. Leeward Islands, they were skittled up for 93. Just a recap of what happened. Palmer, he was LBW to Gayguard for 15. Walsh, he was LBW to Pereira for 8. Graves caught James Board Pereira for 11. The captain, Bowen Tuckett, he went for 1, LBW Board Pereira. Andrew, he was caught Davis Board Pereira for 2. Honore, he was caught Ram the Board Vishan Singh for 15. Nathan Edwards, he was run out for Duck, a brilliant throw there from the deep extra cover region. He was run out for North. Watley, he made 9 from 38. Caught Juman Bowl Singh. Cornwall, he was LBW Bowl Vishan Singh for Duck. Nisbet, he was not out on 18, the top scorer of this innings. Omori, he was LBW Bowl Rambaran for 1. Pick up the bowlers for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Pereira, he got 4 for 21 from his 10 overs. Very economical as well as being very, very penetrative. Vishan Singh, he also had 3 for 6, so they didn't give a lot away, these spinners, from his 5.3 overs. And Rambaran is solitary wicket for 14 runs. So the Leeward Islands, after being bowled out for 93, Trinidad and Tobago now, they will need 94 to take victory here at the Sandhill playing field in the final round of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So the players are back out. The two batters in the middle would be Justin Jagasa and Kyle Ramdu. And the bowler with the ball in hand would be Nathan Edward, the left arm seamer, bowling from the floor end. So there's 2 slips on that backward point, third man, fine leg, cover, mid wicket, mid off, mid on. So pretty standard field really, nothing out of the ordinary. Nathan Edward, the left arm seamer, we're looking to get an early breakthrough here for his team Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago, in the previous encounter, both batters here putting on a very good partnership. It was critical in their victory against Guyana as he's rolling a full toss there. Jagasa coming on to the front foot but can't beat the man there at backward point. So a full toss to start. Jagasa there will feel like he would have missed out on that. We spoke about him in the previous game. Very good looking player, Jagasa. Very positive player as well. Hasn't had the best of tournaments, but last game he would have scored 40. And that really will give him some confidence coming into this contest. This delivery is outside the off stump, a bit of pace there from Nathan Edward. Does get the ball to come back into the right-hander. So Jagasa will need to be mindful of that delivery. The other player at the other end is Kyle Ramdu. Also another positive player as well. Both batters putting on a very good partnership in their last encounter versus Guyana. Chasing a paltry total of 146. Got the team off to a very good start in that game. They'll be looking to do more of the same here. That's a big total. This Jagasa is punching this one. He's off the mark. Gets this one out to the covers. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're up and running, one without loss. As we see the left-handed Ramdu coming into the attack. Saw quite a bit of him in the under-19 3-day tournament last year here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Powerful strike of the ball, Ramdu. Speaking to Mr. Mamchan, our co-commentator the last game, he was mentioning that they have done quite a bit of work on his temperament, trying to get him to be more selective. Because clearly he has the power and the timing. It's a matter of being selective. This delivery, good pace and good bounce outside the off stump from Nathan Edward. Just going through at a rapid pace there, and that's the nature of this wicket. The Sandhill playing field, especially from that flow end, we tend to see a lot of inconsistent bounce. Pace as a time will get the ball to go through at a good height, good pace, good bounce, and at other times you will see deliveries keeping low. So the opening batters here just have to be mindful of that. As we see Edward again, short of a length, and Ramdo is just standing tall and presenting the full face of the bat there, showing him the maker's name, as they would say. And there's no run. So the required run rate here is nothing to really worry about or lose sleep over, as they would say, for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Just below 2 runs required per over. A full 50 overs, full quota of 50 overs allowed here. Brilliant sunshine at the Cyanide playing field. No sign of rain at this point in time. As Ramdi is struck on the pad, this delivery just nipping back, maybe heading down the leg side. As the first over is completed, and Trinidad and Tobago responding to Leeward Islands' first innings total of 93, they are 1 without loss. So the new bowler is Cornwall, Wilden Cornwall Jr. Not sure if he's related to Raheem Cornwall in any way. Left arm orthodox. A short delivery. He's pulling this one nicely there, Jagassar. A short delivery there offered the opportunity for Jagassar to just rock back on his back foot and pulling that one ferociously past the man there at mid-on. So he's up and running, Jagassar with a boundary. And the score now moves on to 5 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. So Cornwall here, not the best of starts. Opening the ball, and you just can't afford to really give those sort of scoring opportunities to a player like Jagassar. We mentioned him coming into his own in the last batting performance versus Guyana. So he'll be confident. It's Cornwall again. Another shot of a length delivery. Jagassar this time just working it out to the man that square leg for no run. Cornwall again. Bows, and Jagassar goes back trying to cut that one. Just pushing that one through a bit. And beating Jagassar there for pace. So a good comeback after that first delivery that went for boundary. It's on line again there, Cornwall. So just trying to find the right lines and lengths to bowl here. Don't have a lot of runs to play with. He's flighting this one nicely again. Jagassar comes forward and just pushes it back up to the bowler. It's no run. It's a stiff wind, a stiff breeze, as they would say, continue to blow across this playing field. It actually aid the left arm spinner in trying to get that ball across the right hander. So just 4 runs coming from that over, from the first delivery. And at the end of the second over, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 5. Yes, 5 without loss. So they require for 89 runs. I think this session will be a short session. I'm not too sure. We'll have to get the information in terms of lunch for you in a while. Remember, the Leeward Islands innings ended pretty early. So maybe play will go on until 1 o'clock. Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that by then they should be somewhere close to this Leeward Island total. As we see Nathan Edward, once again, he's bowling to Ramdu, and he's punching this one out to cover. Ramdu, a tall man, Gets a good stride forward. And does hit the ball very hard indeed. Saw him in a battle versus Isaiah Thorne in the last game. After a few short deliveries, he really peppered that offside field. So he'll be looking for more of the same. CD with 2 steps, he'll be looking to get this ball to move away from the left-hander and maybe take an outside edge. This one again is on a good length. And Ramdu just leaning forward and punches it up to mid-off. Leeward Islands close feeders seem to be in good spirit, giving quite a bit of encouragement to their bowler. Nathan Seeley, we mentioned on numerous occasions, West Indies under-19 fast bowler. Oh, Nathan Edwards, sorry. Somehow I end up getting confused with Nathan Edwards and Nathan Seeley. Nathan Seeley, the captain of Barbados, is in operation over at Arnesville playing field. This one is walking it out to cover and gets a single. So Ramdu is off the mark. Yes, I continue to mix up both players. Apologies for that. 6 without loss here at Trinidad and Tobago. Just looking at the field, the slip is being removed at this point in time, surprisingly. I would like to think that their quest will be to get wickets and get wickets early in order to put some pressure on the batting side. But that man at second slip is now in the cover region, so there's a cover and there's an extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Jagasa is turning this one beautifully off his legs. Should be able to come back for a second after a misfield out there. So 2 runs added to the total. Jagasa just working that one nicely there off his legs. It's a good time off the cricket ball, Jagasa. A short man, but really cracks a punch. Saw him quite a bit in last year's tournament. Never really got going, showed glimpses of his abilities. Never really had that big score. I'm sure he'll be looking to end this 50-over tournament on a high as he leaves this one outside the off stump. Well played. Nathan Seeley just pushing that one across. Nathan Edward once again. Goodness. Nathan Edwards, yes, let me get that straight. They have to practice that during the luncheon interval. 8 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. Short delivery there from Nathan. Well played in the end from Jagasa, just watching it go by. Delivery outside the off stump. There's a change up there from Edward for that last delivery. So the 3rd over comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago, a slow but steady start so far. 3 overs completed. They are 8 without loss. So run rate of just under 3 runs per over. The run rate is not the issue here really for either teams. I think for Trinidad and Tobago, it's just a matter of batting. If they manage to bat anything close to 50 overs, I think they will win this game comfortably. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, they will need to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago here if they are to become victorious. As Ramdu, he'll face up to Cornwall for the first time. Cornwall has a slip. There's a man at backward point, short fine leg, deep square leg, mid-wicket, cover, extra cover. As Ramdu is pushing this one nicely into the gap. Well placed for another single. So that type of batting will definitely get them to the promised land. It's walking the ball into gaps, and the more single they continue to accumulate, the more pressure it will put on the Leeward Islands as they seek to get wickets. So there's a man at long off for Jagasa. Cornwall again, short, and he's punching this one nicely. Pretty offside. Will that man not long off come around and cut it off? Yes, he will. Limits the batter to 2 runs. As we are now joined by my fellow co-commentator, Stacey and Adam. Stacey, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Asnet, and good afternoon to all the viewers. Good to be back here.
So 11 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago. Jack Sagan coming forward and just pushing that one up the pitch. No run.
As I see, Leeward Islands have decided to go with spin quite early.
Well, spin has been the order of the day as Cornwall continues on that old airport end. If you look at our percentages or probabilities, you see spin is more likely to take a wicket here at Sandhill than the faster bowlers. So not a bad move by the Leeward Islands.
Yes, I just want him to slow it up a touch and just give it a bit more air to these batters. It's been operating a bit quickly so far. See, like that one, it was a pretty quick delivery. You know, so just slow it up and give it more air.
Another over comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 11 without loss after 4 overs. So not the quickest of starts, Stacey, but they don't need to be worried too much about the run rate. Just a matter of batting as much of these overs, and they should be able to overhaul this total of 94.
Yeah, definitely not. And it's important that they see off these bowlers without losing a wicket before we go to the lunch break. So Nathan Edward is going to continue to Kyle Ramdu. The Leeward Islands, sorry, they desperately need a wicket or 2 before that luncheon interval. Just 95 runs needed for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
But just an update in terms of the other matches being played. You have the Windward Islands playing Guyana at Park Hill. Windward Islands 214 for 4. So a good batting performance there so far from the Windward Islands. And in the game between Barbados and Jamaica, let me get that score for you. Yes, Barbados 175 for 8. So a bit of a collapse there from the Barbadian team. We mentioned at one time they were 110 for 1. And definitely a bit of collapse creeping into that display from the Barbados team. But here at Park, Sandhill playing field, Leeward Islands, they were skittled out for 93. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're 11 without loss.
Goes for a shot down the ground. Seems to be a bit of inside edge, I believe. And takes it down to that player at fine leg. So Ramdu gets a single.
So 12 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago. Jagasaw 9 from 17 and Ramdu is on 3 from 10. So a slow but steady start from both batters. As we see Edward, he's coming around the wicket this time to Jagasaw. So the change of angle, looking for a change of fortune. Jagasaw is punching this one nicely down the ground. Lovely looking shot. Half stop there by the man there at mid-off. Managed to limit the batter there to 2 runs. So 2 more runs added to the total, 14 without loss.
Yes, the captain there at mid-off. Usually he's the keeper. So they have a new keeper today, the Leeward Islands team. Not sure if they did so in the other 2 games, but I know he's usually the one with the gloves in hand.
So Jagasa once again, not trying to hit the ball too hard. We get the impression that sometimes he tends to lose his shape. But so far in this innings, it's been a measured innings from him. He's pulling this one over the man that short mid-wicket. A bit more power into that one, and he gets another boundary. So it's 18 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago.
It's almost as if he was waiting for that short delivery. Didn't need to do much. All he had to do was get it over that field, that short mid-wicket. So nice hands from Jagasa to get another boundary for his team.
So we mentioned that came into a bit of form in the last game versus Guyana. So he should be a reasonably confident young man. Both batters actually laid the platform ready for that victory. It's a good opening stand in the last game.
Yes, they had an opening partnership of 75 runs against Guyana. Really set the platform for the other batters to come. There's a low total they were chasing, just 146. Then even lower today, just 95. There's a change in field. A man goes back at square leg, and Onaji Amri comes in at short mid-wicket.
Short of a length delivery, well played again. As you could hear echoes of his teammates shouting that to him.
Yeah, nicely done from Jagasa to finish the over.
And at the end of the over, it's 18 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 94 runs.
Yeah, I'm applauding the shot because they really tried to set him up with that short pitch delivery. He played a nice pull to get it over that shorter field at short mid wicket. This time they put Onaji Amari there, that taller man with the longer reach, and they sent that man at square leg back, and he decided, well, the line wasn't there either to pull, and he just got on his toes and played it down nicely. So good piece of smart cricket from Jagisa, not falling into the trap.
As we see Amory, Onaji Amory, coming into the attack. Tall man from the old airport end. He'll bowl into Ramdu. Ramdu punching this one down to long off for a single. So the Leeward Islands, they'll be looking to their big spinner here, their star spinner, as we could say. The West Indies under 19 player as well, to really get some wickets here and put some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batting.
Yeah, they're ringing the changes. They've gone to their premier off spinner. Hasn't really got a back full of wickets in this tournament so far. So he'll be hoping to create some magic for the Leeward Islands today. Just 95 runs they have to play with. 94, so 95 for victory for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
He's punching this one past the bowler. Bowler there will be disappointed not to cut that one off, but it was played powerfully there by Jagasa. Gets another single.
Yeah, I think he did quite well to get a hand to it. May have seen it trickling into the boundary had he not gotten a hand to it. Really nicely played, nice straight bat from Jagisa. So Ramdu is on strike.
He's coming forward there, Ramdu. Plays it up back to the bowler. So there's a man at slip, a man at backward point. Cover point. Long off, mid on, short mid wicket. A man there at short fine leg. And a man there at deep mid wicket. So in-out field, as they would say. As Ramdo again just coming forward and pushing that one back to the bowler. And at the end of that over, 6 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 20 without loss. As we see a change in bowling from the flow end, appears to be Nisbet. Right arm, medium fast bowler. It's coming from the right end actually. I think that end has offered some encouragement for the fast bowlers in terms of a bit of inconsistent bounce. Nathan Seeley there, just bowling Nathan Edward. Once again, my apologies, Seeley. I need to write down that name in front of me. As Nisbet, we bowling to Jagasa. So they'll be down the line of the leg stump. Umpire about their signaling wide. So definitely they don't have a lot of runs to play with. So wides can't be the order of the day.
And they're trying everything. Another bowling change. Cannot blame the captain at this point in time. He knows that he has to pick up wickets if the Leeward Islands are to stay in this contest. It's a pretty low score.
I've been seeing a bit of Nisbet. I think he's the type of bowler who would hit the deck hard. A skiddy type of bowler. Can be very deceptive. And coming from that end, you'll be able to extract some inconsistent bounce. So Jagasa just need to be mindful of that. But so far, Jagasa seems to be a man on a mission, really. He's been very compact. He's been very selective. As Nisbet again comes in, bowls. Jagasa is working that one out to the man there at point. Can't score. So back of a length there from Nisbet. It's a good opportunity for the batters to just get a bit of form as well, heading into the 3-day tournament, starting on Saturday. Nisbet again bowls a short one this time. Jagasa losing his shape there a bit. He'll be looking to hit that one a bit too hard, aiming at those coconut trees you see over there. Just an update on the test match going on between West Indies and India. For those of you who may not be following currently, West Indies, after winning the toss and batting first, they're 68 for 4. So in a bit of a bother there, Stacey. As Jagasa is walking this one nicely down to fine leg for a single. 22 without loss. So the right hand, left hand combination working well here for Trinidad and Tobago. He's getting his singles whenever they have been on offer. And of course we have seen some very good shots so far in terms of some boundaries. So that's all they need to do at this point in time. As we see for the left hander, there's a man at a deep square leg, fine leg. Man moving there to a short third man position, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. As Nisbet comes in, and he's playing that one officially there. He's playing a bit too ahead of himself there, Ramdo. And thankfully for him, evading the bowler.
Yeah, he played a little bit too early on that occasion. I was wondering if the bowler took some pace off of that delivery. And just a bit uppishly, but no man around the bat to take what would have been an easy catch. All of the fielders are right on the edge of the circle.
Maybe showing the two-pace nature of the wicket, especially coming from that side. We spoke about that earlier. Some of the deliveries tend to just hold in the wicket, others tend to take off a bit. So it's just a matter of getting used to those conditions. As another over comes to an end, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 22 without loss, chasing 95 for victory.
Yeah, nothing to lose for the Leeward Islands, really. I really like to see them put some pressure on the Trinidad batters, and the only way they can do so is by the field setting, to encourage the bowler to maintain his good line and lengths and just have the batters thinking that they need to do something different. It's quite easy for them to score at this point in time.
As we see Amory continuing from the old airport end. That's once again solid in defense. The short delivery there, a bit of bounce, a bit of lift. Unfortunately for Amory, it's turning down the leg side. It's a wide signal there by umpire Banwari. Amory again back of a length. There goes Jagasa punching that one out to cover. There's no run. Good conditions for cricket here today at the Saturday playing field. Always going to have that strong wind blowing across the ground as Jagasa is hitting this one straight for 4. Lovely shot there, was flighted by Amory, and there goes Jagasa again, picking his spot over the bowler's head. He gets another boundary. It's now 27 for the loss of no
Yes, a delightful shot from the young man, holding his shape quite well and looking to go straight down the ground, which was key on that occasion. He didn't try to go across it, just played it straight and found the gap quite well past the bowler.
Well, there's a man back at long on, but he opted to go a bit straighter and yielded the returns there with a boundary. This delivery again back of a length from Amory. So what we've seen is Jagasa, whenever a scoring opportunity presents itself, he's been prepared to take advantage. He's now on to 21 from 31 deliveries, doing the bulk of the scoring in this partnership.
It seems that the Trinidad and Tobago team batters, they have learned quite well in this tournament and from game to game, I should say. They didn't have a good start.
As another over is completed, the end of the 8th over, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 27 without loss.
As I was saying, they didn't have a good start to begin with, but they've definitely found their feet from game to game, and it's really good to see that these youngsters, they're learning from game to game, and that's very important in this sort of competition. And having said that, I'm also very happy that the Cricket West Indies board, they have decided to have a 50-over tournament and a 3-day format tournament. I think we need to stay out from the T20 cricket for these youngsters for now. We can see that a lot of them are naturally aggressive. So naturally, it's easy for them to play the T20 stuff. But this longer format, it seems to be a struggle in terms of application and batting long. So having these sorts of tournaments, 50 overs and the 3-day, is very important for these batters to continue and bat long in terms of match shot selections and playing the match situations well. So I must commend the Cricket West Indies board for putting on this tournament in the 50 over and the 3-day format.
Absolutely, Stacey-Ann. You hit the nail on the head. As we see Nisbet continuing from the flow end into his second over. Nisbet he's conceded 2 in his previous over. Bowling to Ramdu. Ramdu working this one down to fine leg. Easy single on offer. Goes on to 28, the Trinidad and Tobago total. I think we just have about 20 minutes or so before lunch. Lunch should be taken at 1, I believe. Nisbet is bowling this one, he's punching this one straight to the man there at mid-on. A loose shot there from Jagasa, just as I was praising him in terms of his compactness. A delivery back of a length, he's looking to punch this one over the top. Mistimed it, and an easy catch there for Amory at mid-on. So Trinidad and Tobago, they lose their first wicket. It is now 20 8 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, that shot really wasn't necessary from Jagasan. You can see he's disappointed by himself for playing that shot and getting out in that fashion. Tried to go up, play it on the up, tried to drive it on the up, but played it straight to that man at mid-on. Really wasn't necessary. No, he'll be disappointed by that. He was looking really good. No, had a really good start with Ramdu at the other end.
Yes, Jagasa there maybe going back to the old Jagasa, the one we saw before the last game. He tends to just get these good starts and then give it away. And he'll be very disappointed with that. He was looking good. Dismissed for 21.
It's a good bit of bowling from the young man Nisbet. Just tried to be patient, didn't try to do anything fancy. Just bowl that hard, length into the surface, and it was quite productive for him in the end, picking up that wicket of Justin Jagisa.
Yes, we spoke about the uneven nature of the pitch, especially bowling from that end. That delivery was back of a length, really. Maybe not coming on as quickly as Jagasa was anticipating, but just thought the shot really, it was not the best choice of shots for that type of delivery. It wasn't a full delivery as such. We're just looking to play it on the up, and it's always going to be a risk, especially playing it at that end. The new batter is Kisundat, another one of these Trinidad and Tobago youngsters who has a bit some batting talent based on what we have seen so far. Very compact in defense, and he scores freely as well. But once again, just hasn't really string a set of batting performances together, shown any sort of consistency. And that is why Trinidad and Tobago really haven't challenged in this 50-over tournament. Their top order hasn't been in the best of form. They'll be looking to make that right, moving into the three-day tournament. As Kisundat is walking this one nicely off his hips, down to the man there at Cornwall on the fine leg boundary for a single. So he's up and running, 29 for 1.
There's still another tournament to play, so time in the middle is important for these batters.
So Ramdu is now into strike. He's on 5 from 17 deliveries. So while Jagsa was there, he just played an anchor role really. It will be interesting to see what is his role now that Jagsa has been dismissed, as we see a short delivery there, but umpire Abbott signaling wide, and 1 for the over as well. An effort delivery there from Nisbet, but a bit too wide. Ramdo there just doing well to evade that delivery. It's Nisbet once again. Bowls and down the leg side, and no signal there from the umpire. So maybe just brushing his thigh pad. Ramdi looks a bit perplexed. But it's the end of the 9th over there, and Trinidad and Tobago responding to Leeward Islands' first innings total of 94. They are 30 for 1. So aim it is to continue from that old airport end. He has a man at slip, backward point, square leg, mid wicket, cover extra, cover mid off, deep mid wicket, and a long on. Skisun that is coming forward this time, playing it out to the captain Bowen Tuckett there in the covers. Skisun that is driving this one pleasantly through the offside. Should get close to the boundary. And a very good stop, I think, there from Cornwall. Never gave up on that one. And in the end, preventing a bungry there. The 3 runs to Kisundat. Total is now up to 33 for the loss of 1.
As he picked the gap nicely on that occasion, but Cornwall not giving up on that. Chased it all the way down and was able to save 2 runs for his team. Well, 1 actually. I think they ran 3. So good running from these 2 batters, Kisundat and Ramdu.
I think that side of the ground has actually quickened up in terms of the outfield. Seen quite a bit of boundaries hit on that side of the ground today. There was further evidence of the quick nature of the outfield on that side of the ground. Spoke about the sluggish outfield in the last game. Had some showers as well, which may have contributed to that. But today is a sunny day, so maybe the sun shining this brightly. I've just quickened up the outfield. 33 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. Murray just putting his length back a bit there on that delivery. Ramdup was punching it down to the bowler. Feeds off his own bowling. This delivery is walked down to the man there, Edward. A short fine leg for a leg by. So it's the end of the over. Now at the end of the 10th over, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 34 for 1.
Yes, end of the power play as well. Similar in terms of score, Leeward Islands, they were in the 30s as well after the power play. Basically, after the power play is when they really started to collapse, when the spinners were introduced. But on this occasion, the Leeward Islands, they started with spin, really. And it's not a big target for the Trinidad and Tobago team, so they can afford to be more watchful. And I like this approach from the Trinidad and Tobago batters. I mean, it's a low score. You could have seen some of the batters coming out and just throwing caution to the wind. But they're putting a prize on their wickets. They're willing to stay out there, play the ball on its merit, and in no hurry. They have a lot of balls to play with. And as I mentioned, time in the middle is crucial as well. So good going from the Trinidadians so far.
As Ramdu is hitting this one officially, just evading Edward there again at mid-wicket. So we have seen that on a couple of occasions from Ramdu. Maybe not really totally comfortable with the pace of the wicket or lack of pace on some occasions. But thankfully for him and Trinidad and Tobago, all is well that ends well.
Yeah,
so another single added to the total, 35 for 1.
Yeah, he was through the shot on that occasion. Luckily for him, the leading edge just going over that fielder shot mid-wicket.
Yeah, you were speaking about the way the Leeward Islands innings unfolded. It was at this point in time where both spinners were in operation, Rambaran and Pereira. Pereira really placed a dent into the batting order. Kisundat is driving at this one outside the off stump a bit loosely there. Maybe a bit of movement away there from Nisbet.
And Nisbet it's deceptive in his pace. Comes on a lot quicker sometimes than you expect him, and it appears as if he's also using the variation, bowling some slower deliveries as well. So a good wicket taking option it seems for the Leeward Islands team. He picked up the lone wicket so far.
And he's bowling. Just as you were mentioning, a good wicket-taking option for the Leeward Islands. Kisundat here playing across that delivery and losing his off stump. So another wicket goes for Trinidad and Tobago. They are now at 35 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, didn't look to present the full face on that occasion. Kisundat seemed to have been beaten for pace. The off stump was rocked all the way back. Leg stump. I can't see. Yeah, well, he was beaten for pace on that occasion, and Nisbet picks up another.
We were speaking about the role that Pereira played in terms of the demise of the Leeward Islands innings. We're now seeing Nisbet, a medium pacer, trying to make some inroads into the Trinidad and Tobago batting effort. The 2 wickets for him so far. So just as we were saying, the spinners might be the best way to go in terms of getting wickets here. We are seeing Nisbet putting his hand up and trying to be counted.
Yeah, he's putting in the work here, Nisbet. He's bowled really well since his introduction. He's not trying to do anything too fancy. He's just operating on a good line and length and changing his pace occasionally. So that has been key to his 2 wickets so far in this innings. The new batter is Rajiv Ramnath.
That's another right-hander. And Ramnath. Similar build to Kisundat, short. Number 87 on his back. We'll be hoping he can make a total of 87 today, although that would not be possible, given the low total made by the Leeward Islands. For now, he will just want to survive and take his team to lunch. It should be at 1, another 9 minutes or so to go before lunch, the luncheon interval. Trinidad and Tobago will not want to lose another wicket, while the Leeward Islands, they'll be pushing for another wicket. I'm surprised in terms of the field here, Stasian, another man not in the slip cordon. This one is played nicely there from Ramnath, just punching it past the man there at backward point. Should be able to come back for second, and they do so comfortably. So he's up and running with 2. It's 37 for 2.
Let's open the face nicely on that occasion to get it behind that gully fielder.
That's Nisbet. Once again, a change of field. A man going back at deep square leg. It's maybe a short delivery on the card at some point in this over. This delivery is back of a length though. Ramnath playing it nicely out to the man there at cover. It's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago is looking to see this game out. It's trying to get some sort of a partnership going after losing those 2 wickets. And Ramnath covers up again. He was the captain last year, Ramnath. He does have batting ability. You've seen quite a bit of him. As another over comes to an end. At the end of the 11th over, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 37 for 2. So Amer it is. Tall right arm off spinner. Continuing from the Old Airport end. As we see man at slip, backward point, short fine leg, deep square leg. As Ramdu is driving this one out to Bowen Tuckett there, acrobatically comes around and saves the single. The man at long off as well. The man at long on is in the circle. As this one is played out to that man at short fine leg for no run. So Leeward Islands stringing a bit of deliveries together here, a bit of pressure, trying to exert some pressure on these batters. Maybe trying to induce some sort of a mistake. This one is short of a length and Ramdu goes back. Hasn't really found the sort of fluency that we saw in the previous game versus Guyana, Ramdu. But I think the most important thing that is that he's still there. He's flighting this one, Amory. Bit of indecision once again with the call in there. But thankfully, no damage done by Leeward Islands. 37 for 2. Over number 12. Pretty sure we'll have another over after this one. Amory normally gets through his overs very quickly. As he's flighting this one, giving it a bit of air. Be batting for lunch. This one is a full toss. He's hitting it out to the man there at deep square leg. Should be taken. Is taken. Nathan Edward there running in and takes a very good catch. So just as we were saying, he was batting towards the luncheon interval. He gives his wicket away.
Yeah, an innocuous delivery by Amory. And Ramdu looking to, unfortunately, looking to hit that one over. Mid-wicket, holds out to the man there. I wonder if the wind had some sort of effect to play with that one. It held up a bit as it was going out to Nathan Edward, and he judged it well and took a spectacular catch in the end.
I'm also wondering, Stacey, if he had actually seen that man out that deep square leg, because he didn't really hit that delivery with any sort of venom, really. He appears to just want to just tuck it into the leg side, but he took the top edge and just flew straight down to Nathan Edward on the deep square leg boundary. So he'll be disappointed with that, having faced a full toss and just hit it straight into the hand of the man there, Nathan Edward. So Trinidad and Tobago, they lose another wicket. They're now 37 for the loss of 3. New batter being Andrew Rambaran, the left arm spinner. Also very handy with the bat for Trinidad and Tobago, coming in at number 5. I was actually the last delivery of the over there for Amory, so a very good breakthrough for him. Not the best of deliveries, but he will be equally happy with the outcome. As Nisbet again, and this one is slashing outside the off stump. A bit of lift, a bit of pace there from Nisbet. Ramnath there looking to slash that one outside the off stump, misses it completely. It's a bit of life injected into the Leeward Island fielders, despite the low total on the board. They're definitely giving it their best shot here this afternoon.
Well, they have no choice but to fight with the ball, the Leeward Islands team. They didn't put up a fight with the bat. Dismissed 194 runs. So if they have to win this game, they have to do it with the ball now. They didn't have a good showing with the bat, so nothing to lose. Gotta fight with the ball. Picked up 3 wickets in this fight so far.
Nisbet once again. Bowls and Ramnath is covering up. In terms of the bowling options of the Leeward Islands team, I think Mackenzie would be a big miss. Not too sure if he's injured or maybe a decision to give him a bit of a rest. But he would definitely have been a good option on this wicket, the leg spinner. But for now, Nisbet trying to make another breakthrough. Good line, good channel from him. Outside the off stump. Just getting the ball to shape away a bit from the right-hander, Nisbet. Causing some problems. I think definitely this would be the last over before lunch. It's now 12:59 according to my watch. Both batters here will be looking to just see it after lunch and reassess and come back out this afternoon and make the remaining runs, as this one is a short delivery and I think it will be called wide again from the umpire. I think it's a bit too short. Ramnath is already a short man, so it's hard for him to really measure the short delivery to him.
Yeah, definitely too short. The batter didn't even need to duck under that one much. And it flew over his head with ease. So a good call from umpire Ryan Banwari from Guyana at the square leg position.
Nisbet there, seem to be prepared to test the middle of the wicket from time to time. But on a couple of occasions now we are seeing that those deliveries are just a bit too short. One for
Yes.
the over signal again from umpire Abbott. Better delivery there. This one well directed. And Ramnath played it well in the end.
A short delivery, aggressive stuff here from Nisbet. Walking up some pace, letting the batters know about it as well as a well-directed delivery into the body. But well played by Ramnath to get out of the way of that one. Barely, I should say. Got his hands down just in time to avoid a top edge of when he saw to any fielder.
So definitely a testing over here with the final delivery coming up before lunch. This one is punching it nicely well fielded there by the man at backward point. It's been electric in the field as umpire Abbott takes the bails off. So it's lunch here at Sand Hill playing field. The Leeward Islands, they made 94 in their first innings. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 39 for the loss of 3 as we head to lunch here at the Sand Hill playing field.
Welcome back here. Welcome back at the Simon playing field. Action continues in round 5 of the Cricket West Indies under 19s men's tournament. We are just back after the luncheon interval here. This game between the Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands team. Trinidad and Tobago dismissed the Leeward Islands for 94 runs. They are in pursuit of 95 for victory. Just before lunch, they were 39 for 3 in 13 overs, required just 56 in 222 deliveries. Yes, I am Stacey Ann Adams, and I am joined by Mr. Kesrick Williams.
Yes, the sun is out. After a bit of rain the last few days, we have some sun. It's shining out in all its glory. And we love to see the sun out, because if the sun is out, it means that we're going to have a full day's play of cricket and not an in and out when it comes to rain. And the weather looks good. Loving it.
So the two batters in, Rajiv Ramnath, and Andrew Rambaran. Rajiv Ramnath is the striker. Ramnath at the non-striker. Andrew Rambaran at the non-strikers end. Onaje Amory continuing. Picked up that wicket of Kyle Ramdu just before the lunch break.
Over the years, we've been hearing about, tall guys starting to spin the ball now. I mean, it comes a thing of the past whereby you'll only see fast bowlers that are tall. Now you see tall guys spinning the ball, you see short guys running in and bowling fast, and I think Fidel was one of the bowlers that changed that when it comes to only tall guys can bowl fast. Fidel was one of those short guys that ran in and bowled the ball with good pace. Now we see Amari here, tall guy, bowling off spin. He's extracting a bit of bounce out of the surface, and that's what we expect from a tall spinner. We see Suleiman Ben back in his day, tall guy, and he extract a lot of bounce and turn. So I should see Umar doing the same.
So Nisbet is going to continue. He bowled 4 overs, 10 runs, picked up 2 wickets as well before that luncheon interval. Pitched up, driven nicely. Naji gets a hand to it. Kind of bit of confusion in the running. A direct hit might have been interesting there, but they end up getting 2 in the end.
Yes, Mar just looking a little bit lazy there, not getting down fast enough, causing an extra 2 added to the score. They need to be very tight when it comes to their bowling and also with their fielding. They don't have a lot of runs to play with, but we're playing on a surface that's up and down, and as long as you have really good spinners, I honestly don't think that Trinidad would bow down to this one. Obviously, Leewards have other plans, but at the end of the day, 90-something runs in a one-day match is just not enough.
It's never going to be enough unless the wicket had a lot of demons in it. And I mean, the surface here at Sion Hill playing field, it has something for everyone. The batters, if they settle themselves, they can score runs on the wicket. So it's by no means unplayable.
It's a challenging wicket. It is a challenging wicket. But as you said, it's not unplayable. But it calls for a need to have a lot of patience, being able to play straight, and being able to bowl consistent as well. So as you said, they have a little bit of everything, but it's more on the spin bowling side. But this fast bowler that's running in here now, he bowled with a bit of pace earlier on after lunch. Sometimes they say after lunch you get a little bit heavy and niggeritis kicking in. But he still look like he's running in here. He's hitting the deck hard, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, you get a single there. I mean, if you look back at some of the dismissals today and even throughout the tournament, you would say a lot of innocuous deliveries got wickets. So it's just a matter of application from these batters. Yes, there's some difficulty, as you mentioned, in terms of getting yourself in on the surface, but if you apply yourself, you definitely score runs here. So Nisbet is continuing to Rajiv Ramnath. Looks steady so far. Nicely driven, but the fielder gets in the way of that. It's a good shot from Ramnath, and the over has come to an end. The score is 42 for 3. 15 overs have been bowled.
So far, Leewards have been operating with spin at the airport end. I don't know, quite strange. They open with spin as well. The fast ball at the other end, he's running in hard. He's hitting some really nice errors, probably straying a bit down leg at times, but he's consistently hitting some hard lengths, which is good sign for West Indies cricket for this young fast bowler. He's looking to hit the deck every single ball. Just a bit surprised at Amari. I mean, as a spin bowler, he don't look to, look for much turn. His action alone looks like he just wants to finish the delivery. There's no sort of, you know, urgency to his bowling. Doesn't look like he's spinning it too much. And I don't think he's using his height that well, to extract enough bounce as he should get out the wicket.
To fall on that occasion, driven back. Good hand by Onaje to restrict the batters. And that's a much better line and length there from Onaje. It's been a bit too full or too short on some occasions. So that was a better line from him, that delivery. And length as well. So the over is completed. A maiden over from Onaje Amory. 16 overs bowled, 42 for 3. So a change of bowling. Nisbet bowler crucial spell for his team, picking up those 2 wickets, but they decided to go with a change, needed a break. Michael Palmer is the new bowler introduced from this end. Similar in build, and he'll basically do the same thing as Nisbet did previously.
Yes, and yet we see another fast bowler introduced, but he's bowling from the floor end. Only fast bowler bowling from this end in this innings. I don't know if it's a plan from the Leewards because that side of the wicket, it there's a bit of uncertainty in terms of bounce, inconsistency, I should say, in terms of bounce. So as a fast bowler bowling from this end, if you can keep everything on stump and keep bowling straight, then I guess you're in. But from the other end, where the spinners are operating from, that extract a bit more bounce. You expect the spinners should get a bit more bounce and turn from that side. So I guess it's a plan from the Leewards this evening to bowl the pace from the flow end and the spin from the airport end.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kesrick. A change of ends for the spinner but actually play into the Leeward Islands' hand. Just to see, because you saw Pereira, he picked up 4 wickets from this end. I remember a game when Winwards played Barbados. Kurt Murray picked up 5 wickets from this same end. So this end seems to be a favorable end for the spinners. Nicely walked there. I think they'll get 2. Now he's sent back in the end. So might be something for them to think about. I mean, it's not a lot of runs to play with. It's just 52 required. They have a lot of deliveries to play with. The only way they are going to get back into this game, the Leeward Islands, is by picking up wickets. They need to pick up all 10 wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago team. It's too wide. Short delivery attempted but called wide by umpire Maria Abbott.
The Trinidad team would be very, very happy at this stage. As one just going over the shoulders of the batter. Consistency is a thing that's needed here presently. As Adam said, they would have to get wickets to get back into this contest. Bowling bumpers or wide or loose deliveries is not going to help. The Trinidad team is not in a rush.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. The score is 45 for 3, 17 overs bowled. Yeah, I believe Amory is going to continue. It's just having a check. It appears as if we'll confirm for you shortly. Yes, it appears as if one more delivery is remaining in the over. So the bowler has to go back and deliver one more delivery. Hopefully for him, it's a wicket-taking one.
I've seen it happen a lot of times, and then the batting team get really upset with the umpire, and then it's all happiness for the bowling team. I've seen it happen a lot of times. This delivery can go anyhow. It can go for 4, it can go for 6, spoil the over, or he can just get some luck. Let me not say anything as a commentator. There's a thing called commentator's curse. So
Goes for a pull. Luckily, it's just a dot. So no run, no wickets.
that
Score
shot
remains on 45 for 3.
that shot reminds me of my good friend Salvin Brown. He played a couple of games for Windward Islands back in the day. He would play a cover drive through mid wicket. That pull shot a while ago was through cover. So I've seen it all in cricket, folks.
So Amory is going to continue as I suspected. Just wondering if they could bring another spinner from the other end just to see if he gets any porches. So I'll continue. Yes, we saw Rambaran, Andrew Rambaran operated from this end, and he didn't pick up any wickets from this end, and such is the class of him when he bowls. He went to the other end and he picked up that last wicket. And Pereira, he picked up 4 from this end. I think Basan Singh, I think he picked up 2 from that end, if I can recall. I stand to be corrected. But I was at the back end of things. But Pereira did most of the destruction from the end that the Pacers are operating from.
And that's what I'm thinking now, Stacey, and is that the spin the end that the fast bowlers are operating from in this innings was the end that the spinners really did most of the damage against their team in their innings. So it's really shocking now to see that they're going with this ploy where pace bowl from one end and spin from the other. I think it should be the other way around. So I mean, I don't know if the wicket changed much. As I said earlier, it's a little bit better in the second innings of play, but let's see what will happen. Let's see if their plan actually do work in their favor.
Yeah, so Ramnath and Rambaran, both of these batters, the over is finished. Single coming off that over. So 46 for 3, 18 overs bowl. Ramnath and Rambaran, 2 calm figures in the middle. They know that they don't need to do anything extravagant. Just stay on back for their team. Yeah, both batters play in the match situation well. They know they have a lot of balls to play with. So no need to do anything rash as Palmer continues. Seems to be an inside edge. You get a single, they look for 2. They're coming back. Good run in between those 2. Picking up 2 more runs. Oh no, it's an overthrow. So they end up getting a 3rd run in the over. So not a good piece of cricket on display here from the Leeward Islands team.
Lapse in concentration there. You don't want to see this kind of cricket from these guys, especially at this level. This is the level where your next step would be international cricket. You don't want to let this sort of cricket creep in. When it was supposed to be a singler, they got 2, and then they eventually got 3 by overthrows.
Oh, this one is played powerfully. Handsomely struck there by Rajiv Ramnath. Short of a length there and pulled away nicely by Ramnath for 4 runs. That brings up the 50. A 53 for 3. Oh, this is in the air. Is it going to be taken? Oh, soft dismissal. Soft dismissal by Ramnath after just playing a pull shot for 4. Gets one to hit high up on the bat, getting a top edge and an easy catch taken by Onaji Amory.
Yes, Jason. Even though you still need to see them score and you still need to see them, you know, showing that eagerness to score. You still want to see smart cricket. I mean, there's no need for that shot presently. He just got a four off the previous delivery. They're not in any sort of pressure at all. So there was no need for that shot. You still need to see smarter cricket from these youngsters. Leewards, on the other hand, they're very happy. I'm not sure if they're trying to make a game out of this 96, but they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, the fast bowler, again, from the same end that we were talking about, picking up another wicket.
Yes, on that occasion, that delivery got a bit bigger on him. Got a bit more bounce compared to the one that he hit the four off of, and he believed he was in the game to get another boundary. No fielder went back on the mid-wicket boundary, so that was good from the Leeward Islands. Not following the ball in the field, they kept that man up in the circle, and he decided to go for a similar shot, getting a top edge in the end. So a smart piece of bowling by Palmer to pick up another wicket. 53 now for 4. So new batter is Orlando James.
Not one of the titles you'll really hear much in Trinidad. You'll more hear of Singh, Mohammed, and Khan. Those are the titles that you will hear in Trinidad. But he's there, and he has to take it home for his team. Not under any sort of pressure at all. Just need to play smart cricket.
Wrapped on the pads, loud appeal. Huge appeal, they're still appealing, but I believe it was going down leg, to be honest. From my vantage point, that is. So, good delivery to start there by Michael Palmer, bringing some life back into this for the Leeward Islands.
I'm wondering if that delivery was a bit too quick for him and he didn't expect it. He rushed onto his his thigh pads really hard.
This one's played off. Onto the onside. Gets off the mark, Orlando James.
For this entire innings, I find that the fast bowlers for the Leewards, they're consistently bowling, hard length into the wicket, sort of attacking the rib cage of these Trinidadian batters. I can remember the shorter deliveries in Arnis Vale when Jamaica played Trinidad, got the better of them. So I don't know if the news is just spreading around that they really don't like the short pitch bowling much. That's why the Leeward Island bowlers, they're consistently hitting that hard length, attacking, sort of the rib cage of these Trinidadian batters.
It's 54 for 4. 19 overs have been bowled. Onaje Amri is going to continue. He has wickets of 7 overs, 3 maidens, 11 runs, and 1 wicket so far. It's a quicker one. Some excitement around the bat there, but got some bat onto that one. Orlando James, new man in. Looks to go down the ground on that occasion. Gets a single. So looking to be aggressive to Onaje Amory is Orlando James. It's such a beautiful day today, Kedrick. Beautiful sunshine. Our co-commentator Vinod Mamchan said he's headed down to Mustique, one of our lovely islands, part of the Grenadines chain.
Yeah, definitely. If you ever do come to St. Vincent and you don't go to the Grenadines, then you've wasted your time traveling to St. Vincent. It's a must. You must travel to the Grenadines as long as you come to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
This one was played up over the man there. Played aerial. He wasn't in control of that one. Luckily, it went over Carlin Bowen Tuckett.
Also, if you're in St. Vincent, you need to check out the volcano. Lovely sight. The Salt Pond, Darkview Falls. These are places in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that you can always check out when you get here. Lovely part of the world.
So Lando James is opting to go back to Onaje on that occasion. I don't think Onaje would mind that too much. Pushes out this time, beaten for pace. A quicker one from Onaje to finish the over. 20 overs bowled, and the score is 56 for 4.
Speaking about St. Vincent here, Stacey, have you been to any of the carnival activities?
No, I didn't. I was right here taking in cricket. How about you, Keswick?
I went in the night. You know, it's our culture. I'm not much of a party guy, but I went out to check out the festivities. It have been about 6 years I haven't seen carnival because of traveling and stuff like that. But this year I have the opportunity to be home, so I said, you know what, why not? I also went on the truck station. It was a lovely experience being on the truck with the artists and stuff like that, looking on to how they do their stuff, singing to their fans.
So Palmer pitches this one up, and that is sweetly driven through the covers of the bat of Andrew Rambaran. Such a delightful shot there from Rambaran.
Commanding shot. That's a shot of a batter that wants to get this over with, and that's what I've been trying to tell you. I had a conversation with the Trinidad coach, and that's the direction that he wants to take his team down, somewhat close to how the Jamaicans are playing their cricket. The Jamaicans, they have won 4 out of 4 in this tournament so far, and that's because they play the cricket how it's supposed to be played. As long as ball is in their area to score, they score.
Shot delivery this time. The one that was pitched up was sent to the boundary for 4. He's decided he's going to bang it into the wicket. 1 for the over, says umpire Maria Abbott.
Nixon Mackin would be an upset coaching these guys presently, who will ask, why is only now you are bowling a bumper? You wait until you get hit for 4 to bowl a quicker delivery. He would be upset for that as a coach.
Oh, not a soft dismissal. Taken by Michael Graves at short mid-wicket. And are the Leeward Islands getting back into this contest? 60 now for 5. They're having a dance, they're having a jig. And Andrew Rambaran, after sweetly driving Palmer through the covers, has fallen to him. What do you make of that, Keswick?
My honest opinion in that ball, I think the bumper ruffled him a bit. That's what I think. I think the bumper ruffled him a bit. But with that being said, I'm starting to get the feeling as though Leewards are kind of climbing back into the game here for a bit, and we saw this Trinidad team already in their first game against Barbados, allow Barbados to creep back into the game and then stealing the game from them. Yes, it's not even 100 runs, it's 95. But at the end of the day, runs on the board is runs on the board. And if the Leewards continue to take wickets like this, it's gonna cause a threat for Trinidad, because their back end in terms of their batting is not much on the explosive side to take them over the line. So they need these batters here now. They need to have a little partnership to take them close to the 90 runs region.
Yes, some calm is definitely required at this point in time. It's just 35. And I mean, I don't even need to mention the balls, because the balls wouldn't come into equation if these guys are bowled out. There's 177 deliveries. And who is better to bring that calm to the wicket than the captain himself, Joshua Davis? He's the captain of this team. That would tell me he has to have, he should be a very responsible young man. And that is required right now. Some responsibility and calm for the Trinidad for the Trinidadians. They just required 35 runs more, but they have lost 5 wickets. Pitched up. And I agree with you, Cedric. I think that dismissal came about because of the short delivery that was bowled. And I don't think Rambaran had any feet. That delivery was full, could have been driven, but he really didn't use his feet, get that front foot out to drive it.
Yeah, this fast ball, looking at his action, he looks really calm running up. He doesn't really have that really fast sprint up to the crease, but delivering the ball, the aggression behind every single delivery is what's needed, because that bumper that he bowled earlier before the wicket was a quick delivery. So I guess that pushed back the batter a bit because both feet was in the crease when he played that shot. So I think that was what great planning there from the bowler, pushing back in his crease and then bowl that fuller delivery.
The captain just having a word with his bowler. Naji Amare in on that conversation as well. So one more delivery remaining in this over to finish this over. Negotiated by Orlando James. So score is 61 for 5, 21 overs bowled. Wonder if they'll continue. I believe they'll continue with Onaje. So Onaje Amare is going to continue from the airport end. Captain decided that he's bringing all of the fielders in. I think this is a good move. Joshua Davis just came to the wicket. Just 1 run to his name so far. So just squeezing him a bit, I think is the right option from Bowen Tuckett. Decided to put that one fielder back. Man just forward of the square on the boundary.
It's so good to see some of the representatives for West Indies here at this under-19 tournament, Rising Star tournament. We have at this
Just over that fielder. Joshua Davis taking on Amory and agonizingly close to picking up another wicket here. Just over that fielder's head at shot at mid-on.
well played shot. I think he took every inch of that feeler. And that's what they need to do. They need to keep ticking over the score. If the ball is in your area, you need to play your shots. Be smart about it.
Wraps him on the pad, a huge appeal, but I believe it was too high. To have bounced a fair bit. I think they knew it as well. But decided to appeal. Never know what could have happened, but good umpiring from Ryan Banwari.
Yes, so as I was saying earlier, we have representatives,
This
coming
one
in.
is edged over the slip fielder. It runs close to the boundary. Fielder gives chase. They look for 3. It's not on. After being struck for that 4, I believe Amory is bowling quicker to Joshua Davis. That was too quick for the fielder to get any hand to it off that edge. Slowed it up that time, walked off the pads. So he had a single or one more delivery in that over, but Davis seems to be an aggressive character. He's not willing to just hang around and he's willing to fight fire with fire. Any deliveries that can be put away certainly looks like the type of batter that will do that. will definitely take it away.
Yes, as I was mentioning, Station, earlier, that the players or the representatives that West Indies board sent into these games to be match officials and stuff like that are players that we have seen over the years playing for West Indies or even for England. Today we have Roland Butcher out of Barbados, who played for England in a few test matches and one day as around the 1980s to 81, 82, somewhere around there. Mr. Butcher is here today. Glad to see him. Had the chance to have some conversations with him while I was in the university. So very, very good man. He also is a good footballer. So it's glad to see him here in St. Vincent. I hope that he go down to the Grenadine Islands and enjoy himself while he's here in St. Vincent. It's happy to see Roland Butcher here in St. Vincent. Hope you enjoy yourself while you're here.
Yes,
While you're here to pick the future or select the future or look at the future of West Indies cricket, don't forget to enjoy this lovely island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
it's a 68 for 5, 22 overs bowled. Kesrick, you market the island quite well. We should have you working in the tourism section.
I will send my application in soon. I love this island of mine. I could remember the first time I traveled to Barbados, to Bangladesh to play BPL. The flag that they had next to my nationality was Jamaica flag. I was like, no, 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 no. I love Jamaica, but I'm from St. Vincent. Love this little rock.
Joshua Davis trying to throw the ball off his length. Walk towards him. Nicely bowled by Palmer. So 3 dots in the over so far. So a maiden over to conclude by Michael Palmer. The score remains on 68 for 5. They just require 27 more runs for victory, the Trinidad and Tobago team.
In my honest opinion, I think the way how this fast bowler is bowling at this end, I think they can continue with him, but they need to bring back a pacer from the end that Amar is bowling at. because I don't think he's troubling the batters much, right? And I just think that they should probably try a change, try to do something different from this end.
Well, this is Emery's last over. 4 more balls remaining in his spell. So they'll definitely have to get a change at this end. Looks to go down the ground. Does so quite well in the end. 4 runs from Orlando James. Beautiful drive down the ground from the young man to pick up 4 runs for his team. 23 more runs remaining for victory for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Do you think, Stacey, and do you think that these under 19 players that are here, let's look at the Trinidadians. Do you think that they look at these Trinidadian T20 stars as, you know what, I want to be like this guy someday, or they want to create their own identity? Do you think that there's a need for that? Like they look at a player and say, listen, I want to be like that player, or create their own identity?
Well, I can't really say there's a need for that. I mean, there are a vast amount of cricketers in the world that you can look at and look at their game, try to emulate to some extent their success, I should say. This one is whacked over the mid-wicket area. Fielder gets chased, it beats him. So another boundary in this over from Orlando James. The score moves up to 76, and that's the end of Onaje Amory's spell. So 76 for 5 after 24 overs. A bit expensive there to finish from Onaje Amory. Yes, so I'll continue what I was saying, Keswick. What I'm saying, I'll start over. There are a vast amount of cricketers around the world to choose from. Cricket is largely televised at this point in time, all the series, all the leagues from around the world. So of course there are players that they can look at. And when I say emulate, I mean emulate their success. You know, you don't want to watch a batter and say, hey, I want to bat just the way he does. You know, you have your own technique, you have your own style and your own way of doing things. So, nicely work to get a single. It's just a matter of applying the basics to your skill and your fashion, for lack of a better word, and try to be just as successful as some of these players on the international scene. Smith and Cole, he did two completely different batters. I'll throw Root in the ring as well. He's completely different from any two of them, but they have similar stats in terms of success with the bat. So your way, your style, but just try to be successful just as those players on the international scene. Bit of confusion, a bit of mix-up in the end. No run taken.
James looks like more of the aggressive type. He looks to score whenever the ball is in his area. And so far, I haven't seen an area that he's uncomfortable with so far. He has been playing well since he got in. He's scoring all around the ground.
And a miss from Orlando James. Yeah, so with 5 wickets down, just 23 runs needed. Yeah, he cannot, a 22 run. He can look to take it to the bowlers a bit. Sorry, 18 more runs required. Yeah, so just 18 more required for the Trinidad team. Whips this one off his pads aerially, but doesn't go to anyone, to any hand in deep. So another single taken. So they're on the charge here, the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, Trinidad team look very much in control of this game. Obviously, Leewards have other plans, but from my standpoint, Trinidad have this game under control. I just easing down or I'm chipping off to a victory here.
Nicely played again. Played late, opened the bat face nicely by Joshua Davis. And it's always nervous, it's always anxious times when a wicket falls, but they always looked in control, the Trinidad and Tobago team.
See wicked dusty from day one. He score 100.
So that completes that over. 79 for 5. Just 16 more runs required. 150 balls remaining. 5 wickets in the bag.
So after that,
A change of bowling. Michael Graves is going to come into the attack from the airport end.
did you say assistant done, man?
Huge appeal right away and given. So Michael Graves with ball in hand makes an impact right away. And the 6th wicket has fallen. Joshua Davis, captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, has lost this wicket to Michael Graves, who has just been introduced into the attack. Forced ball.
Just what I asked a couple of overs ago. I don't think that Amari was troubling the batters enough. Change of bowling. Graves into the attack. Wicket. First ball.
Yeah, so right away, Michael Graves picking up a wicket for the Leeward Islands team. He played back on that occasion. Joshua Davis was forward to him. Michael Graves holding a nice length, not a lot of pace to work with. Just slowing it up, just tossing it up. Michael Graves didn't seem to turn it a lot on that occasion, and Joshua Davis just going back, maybe looking for a turn or strapped LBW. So the new batter is Abdul Rahman Juman, and have one slip in place. I'm surprised that the captain has decided to have the field still spread to the new batter. Decided that he's going to send a long off back, and that man on the mid-wicket fence thought he would have brought up that man at long off just to prevent an easy single. Nicely forward there from Juman. This one is short, played out to that fielder cover. Teasing delivery there from Michael Graves. Batter not too sure whether to come fully forward on that occasion. Luckily for him, comes fully forward on that occasion. Plays it into the cover to finish the over. Maiden wicket over from Michael Graves. And the score remains on 79 for 6. So, twin spin in operation now. Wilden Cornwall Jr. is going to have a bowl. So let's see how spin goes from this end for the Leeward Islands team. Pereira picked up 4 wickets from this end. Seemed to be an end that assists the spinners a lot. So Wilden Cornwall Jr. driven straight in the air and taken. Another soft dismissal. And Carlin Bowen Tuckett takes an easy catch to dismiss Orlando James. Oh my gosh, are the Leeward Islands getting back into this contest, Keswick?
I'm not sure what the plan is when it comes to when it comes to winning this game for Trinidad and Tobago, but they're making this look as though it's a hard hill to climb. I'm not sure if they're seeing a different total, but they're right there. There's no need for that. Change your bowling, and it's soft. It's like a lapse in concentration here from James. I'm lost for words here, Station. I still can't believe I see the coach walking out from under the tent with his head down, wondering what is going on with his troops.
And I cannot really say it was a threatening delivery of sorts. It was a full delivery. I mean, just a better application, a better shot selection. Probably looking to hit the ball along the carpet. Orlando James would have still been there. New batter, Jason Agard. I don't think he would have been thinking that he'll have a bat today before the luncheon interval, the way Trinidad and Tobago were going. But here he is in the middle, facing up to Wilden Cornwall Jr. And we mentioned spin from this end. And right away, spinner takes a wicket.
Well, I guess that's the end for spin. That is the end for spin, because as soon as the spin has been introduced, it's another wicket.
Goes back to that one. Not as full as the delivery that got Orlando James, so easy for Jason Egard to get behind that and defend it. It's a left arm spinner. See, this is what I'm saying, and I know it might sound like we're castigating the players or reprimanding them, but it's just for them. Hopefully, when they look back at this broadcast, they will listen to this and say, okay, something I can take towards another game in the future. I'll continue after this delivery from Wilden. Now, you just got a wicket. Just got Orlando James, who was looking so aggressive. Wilden Cornwall Jr. is bowling well, and they have decided to have those 2 fielders back. That's an easy single to pinch if Jason Agard wants it.
Yes, it brings me back to the term that I've been using ever since the start of this tournament, being able to play smart cricket. There's no need to have long off and long on for a new batsman at the crease. You need to keep it tight. Yes, you need wickets to win the games, but pressure can help you to get wickets. Easy one. Easy single, which could have been avoided. You need to keep the screws tight. Yes, it's just about 15, 14 runs left to win the game, but at the end of the day, show some fight. So show that you're not giving up easy. Fight right down to the end.
Yes, and I like that the Leeward Islands, they are fighting, but the field setting has just been a bit questionable at times, given the situation of the game. It's just 15 runs required. Definitely no scoreboard pressure. You know that you need wickets. The only way you're going to get wickets is by putting pressure on these batters. Now, if they're able to just hit it down the ground and pick up a single, I think they'll be very happy with that.
To be honest with you, the way how they are batting right now, their batting is getting thinner. They're, they're losing wickets,
Yeah, so you
which I
need,
don't think that, they should be losing when they do lose them. So right now, every single run that they get would definitely be happiness.
yeah, as a fielding team, you want to make the batters as uncomfortable as possible. When Jason Agard looks up after tapping his bat, he's going to see that then there are not a lot of men around him. And he can take an easy single just like that. And there you go. That's all that's all they require at this point in time. So just something for these youngsters to think about, when there's an opportunity to squeeze, you've got to squeeze the opposition.
Right now, singles would be the thing to get presently. So there's no need for long off and long on. There's no need for it. Keep them up, mid off, mid on. Keep pressure on the batters. Let them fight for every single run. That's what they need to do right now. You have the spinners on. You're playing on a surface that spins. You're playing on a surface.
Sweeps across, a loud appeal for a caught behind. First, it was an appeal for an LBW. The keeper did well to catch that ball, unfortunately. I think that was going down leg and no bat involved. So something happening here for Michael Graves. And Agard is just having a word with Juman. He's telling him that's not required at this point in time. So calm head is needed in the middle. 3 wickets in the back to play with. 14 runs required. 134 balls. We're not paying attention to the balls remaining. Right now it's the wickets that's remaining and the runs remaining. So a bit of the tense cricket at this point in time here at the Sand Hill playing field between these two teams.
With a surface like this that's spinning and bouncing, surface like this that spinners would love.
This one is pitched
They're
up,
bowling.
wrapped on the pads. Sorry. And
They're bowling to a lower half of Trinidad batting lineup, which we realize over the last few games they don't have much depth in. There's no need to have long off and long on, as you mentioned earlier. They need to put pressure on these two batters. Yes, the win percentage right now is in Trinidad favor, but you can always spin back that win percentage a little bit into your favor with a wicket. If they get a wicket in this over here, obviously Trinidad wants to win and they're looking to win this game. They should win this game. But obviously, as I said all the time, Leewards would have different plans. But if you get a wicket in this over, it always will spin the win predictor back into the Leewards half. And that's what you need.
yeah, so Wilden Cornwall Jr. to continue. Yes, and the situation of the game right now, if you bring up all the fielders and the batter hits 2 shots over his head, then you say fair play to him. You're going to win the game anyways if you hit 14 singles down the ground. One is driven straight to Tuckett. Had that passed him, that would have been another easy single. Nicely forward by Agard. Showing some capabilities with the bat. A left arm pacer opens the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Standing up with the bat for them so far. And so all Agard wants is just for one of those pitched up deliveries that he's driving back just to pass somebody in the inner ring and they'll get an easy single as the 2 men are back on the boundary straight. Might be a case where the skipper is hoping that Agard will just decide, I'm just going to launch one down the ground and one of his fielders take a catch. But Agard at the moment looks quite compact and willing just to play the match situations. Match situation rather.
Early in the tournament, speaking with Vinud, commentator out of Trinidad, he was telling us that the Trinidad under 19 team have been playing together in, I think, a lower division in Trinidad cricket. And they've been playing for about a year or so, you know, with each other. By now, I think that this team should have understand each other cricket. They should have been playing a bit better than how they're playing now, knowing that they've been playing for a year together. They should be understanding each other presently. Their bowling is on point. Their spinners are good. But in terms of, you know, being able to understand each other at the crease while batting, that seems like it's been a problem. I don't think it's something. I think it's something that the coach need to probably have a look into when it comes to their batting. Their bowling is on par. They've been doing well, but their batting is something that they should look into.
Oh, driven, obviously. To be fair, all of the teams in the tournament really need to pay attention to their batting in particular. Driven, and they get another easy single because the field is up. The field is down, back, sorry. Yeah, so I was saying, in particular, against slower bowling, a lot of the teams, they haven't fared well against spin bowling in this tournament. So that is something that we need to pay particular attention to. I think it has a lot to do with the approach. Most of the players, they look to be aggressive against spin or they get stuck in the crease. So a better proposition for them might be just to find the gaps, find a way to work it around. So tries to sweep that one wide given. Wide, that's applauded loudly by the Trinidad dugout. So another run added to the total and one more run off the target that they need to get. So 12 more runs required. Yeah, so definitely what I was saying, Kesrick, definitely needs to work on strike rotation, especially against the slower bowling. This one is pulled down, but played straight to that man, Malik Walsh. Plays that short mid wicket. So the over comes to an end. It's 83 for 7, 12 more runs required. I wonder if we're going to see any more drama here at the Cyan Hill playing field. It seems like every time a partnership is being built, a wicket falls against the run of play. The Trinidad and Tobago team, these two really need to just see it home and don't give the Leeward Islands another sniff.
Well, it's been sniffing all day. The Trinidadian team have the biggest sniff so far, but obviously the Leeward Islands is still smelling away, or still sniffing away, hoping that they could pull off a victory here, which the win predictor doesn't really show that they would get a win from how the game is at this point.
Yeah, it's an easy game for Trinidad and Tobago to win. 3 wickets in the bag. One would always be in favor of the batting team at this point in time. The Leeward Islands team, they're trying really hard to pick up these 3 wickets. And then just asking, they're probably wishing that Agard will try to launch one down the ground off the bowling of Cornwall, but so far he has defended quite well, which is basically the requirement at this point in time. Swan rushes him for pace. Sorry, Juman is on strike. Both of them, yeah, similar build and similar height. But they're doing a job for their team. Abdul Rahman Juman on strike now. Agard at the non-striker end. Nicely weighted there from Juman. That is really all that's required of the Trinidad and Tobago team. So a maiden over has been bowled. The score remains on 83 for 7. So Michael Graves continuing here.
One thing I would say though is like, I don't know if the Trinidad guys, they're so comfortable. They are so comfortable in the position that they're in that they're not in any rush to score, which they shouldn't be in any rush. All they need presently is to just stick around the score. But for the last 3 or 4 overs or so, I haven't seen them actually wanting to actually score unless the ball is really full. They haven't really played any shot or even tried to score unless the ball is full, and that's not what you want from our cricketers. They should be able to score anywhere around the ground, apart from Davis when he was batting, who was scoring all around the ground, who out really softly. I haven't seen anybody really trying to score unless the ball is really full.
Yeah, so far in this partnership, what I would say, these two batters, they haven't tried to play an aerial shot, and I think that's very important, not to give the Leeward Islands a chance. They're trying to keep everything on the ground, and that's good from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective. The over comes to an end, 84 for 7, 32 overs bowled. They require 11 more runs from 108 deliveries.
Exactly what I was saying there, Station. That over just cost, 1 run. For the last 4 overs, I haven't. The last 4 overs or so, I haven't seen anybody trying to, maybe sweep or trying to chip and punch it down the ground, or even try to cut the ball. As long as it's not full, they're not doing anything different. Obviously, yes, it's the lower order of the batting for Trinidad, which we know don't have much depth into it, but at the end of the day, you still have to find a way to score. It's not like the bowling is that threatening, and they're spinning the ball from leg to off or anything like that. It's been normal bowling, but the scoring is stagnant, I should say.
Yeah, but I think from a Trinidad and Tobago's perspective, that's okay. A lot of balls to play with, just 11 runs. And they know that Leeward Islands require 3 wickets to win the game. So they're not willing to risk it. A run will come. So a run definitely will come. That's what the Trinidad and Tobago team is thinking. It's a full toss, and it's been hit down the ground. Dismissed with authority there from Jason Agard. So even the fielder on the long off Bundy wasn't able to stop that one. It's actually a new bowler into the attack. It's Tianik Honore. So they've changed Wilden Cornwell Jr. and Tianik Honore is operating. He dishes up a full toss and hit nicely down the ground, along the ground again from A-guard. Nicely flighted. So it really typifies the partnership. Got a full delivery. Didn't try to overhit it. Didn't try to slug it across the line. Just played it nicely down the ground. Timed it to perfection. And all he needed was the placement. Don't even think he was looking for four, to be honest. I think he just wanted to get a single. But he placed it perfectly to get 4 runs. So
You can hear the Trinidad dugout, starting to chirp a bit more now. We haven't been hearing that the last 4 overs or so. They have been a bit quiet, but the winning total now is they just need about 9 or so runs. So there's a bit more chirping in the camp, which is good to see.
And so the over is finished. 88 for 7, 33 overs bowled. The requirement in single figures, 7 required of 102 deliveries. So Michael Grace is going to continue. Abdul Rahman Juman, sorry. The two opening bowlers today for the Trinidad and Tobago team find themselves in the middle to take the team to victory. 7 more runs required. They're doing a fine job so far, playing every ball on its merit and not offering up chances by playing any aerial shots. Oh, an edge that time. Fortuitous run there. The edge that I believe it was dropped. 6 runs now required. Trinidad and Tobago, they'll take that.
It's been about the last 6 or 7 overs or so. Trinidad wanted about 16 runs to win. They still need 6.
Played oppositely. Quick single taken.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Stacey, but needing 16 runs of, well, a lot of overs. The Leeward Islands came and they bowled about 7 overs, and the Trinidad team is looking like they don't know how to win the game as yet. That's what I want to see.
Lent into it well. Oh, they get 3 runs. Looks like they've been taking on Onaje Amri in the field today. Anything that goes to him, they've been looking to maximize. And they now require just 2 runs in 96 balls. So nicely driven there from Juman. Pick up 3 runs.
So that's what I've been saying, Station. You still need to see them being positive. Not because you're in control of the game and everything is going your way. Yes, a few times you lose wickets and it put you back, or to put the win percentage back a little bit in terms of Leeward Island favor. But what I'm trying to say is that you still want to see them be positive and score. At the moment, they would win the game. But 4-5 overs ago, it looks like they're begging for the Leeward Islands to bowl a wide or to bowl a bad ball so that they can get some runs. That's not what you need when you're in a winning position. You're in a winning position already. You need to be positive. It should have never gotten down to the stage whereby they lost 7 wickets or so.
Well, I get what you're saying there, Kesrick, but the reason why these two have been stagnant in their scoring until recently is because of the loss of those wickets, especially their top order batters, who are dismissed with some deliveries that one might say should have been put away. So, full delivery, missed everyone. They sneak through for a bye. Well, I'll await the signal of the umpire just to see if he got anything on that. Yeah, so appeared as if he
How
got
high
some
was that
bat to
delivery?
it. That was the other question I had in mind, but seemed to have just dipped. Yeah, so these two decided, you know what, I'm just going to play the match situation. It's a lot of balls, 3 wickets in hand. I don't need to do much. I don't need to do much more than survive, basically. And yes, you must show intent to score because you might have tougher games with more runs on the board and you'll have to find a way to score those runs. Nicely played, and that will be that. They pick up 2, but they required 1, and that's victory to Trinidad and Tobago team, winning by 3 wickets here at the Sign Hill playing field. A convincing victory in the end, given the amount of balls that they have remaining. Kesrick, your thoughts?
I still think that the Leeward Islands have some work to do in terms of their field setting. They missed that a bit in their innings bowling. One area I see that they can work on is that when you have a team down, you have to keep them down. So there are a few times they picked up wickets at crucial stages, but still they have long off and long on back. And the new batters were always getting easy single at mid on and mid off, and nobody seemed to plug that area. Apart from the last over, they actually brought up long on and long off to mid on and mid off. It was a bit too late for that. So still some work need to be done by the Leeward Island under 19 team. Well done to Trinidad. I think they could have gotten there a bit easier with showing more intent to score. Yes, the wicket was a bit difficult to bat on in terms of batting the spin, but the intent to score wasn't really there from the Trinidad batters. But well done to them. A victory is a victory at the end of the day. And best luck to them for the next game.
Yes, so that concludes the end of the 50 over format for the Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands team, that is. I do believe there's still action at the Honorsville playing field, Barbados versus Jamaica, and the Park Hill playing field, where the Windward Islands played Guyana. So, join us on Saturday when we commence the 3-day format. So thank you for joining us. The Leeward Islands team, well, the Trinidad and Tobago team, victorious in the end, defeating the Leeward Islands team. So do tune in. We do have cricket still on here. Well, still on here in St. Vincent. As I remind you, Barbados versus Jamaica at the Annisville playing field, and Windward Islands versus Guyana at the Park Hill playing field, and the West Indies, they are currently playing the India, in Dominica. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back with you. Hopefully you'll join us for the start of the 3-day format